Maybe it's the bed's fault. Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly. Smells of alcohol and sweat, and grease. It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here, intimate and warm. A bit tense in the muscles. Relax. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colors. You won't get off this carousel. It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Something to do with, what was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brain waves. Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep, and images start forming.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood? What it says on the can, Harry? Answer the question. Do you remember your wife's hand on your face? Do you remember the warmth of her thighs between her legs and in her mouth? That's right, funky baby. And you just stood there. One hand on the bottle and the other on your dick. Watching her go. Let it all be dragged away from you. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours? No, it's gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. You failed. You failed Elysium. Everything. The pale and the Islas. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them. No, you haven't. You're just sleep talking. And the actor's wearing thin, too. The spots on the disc. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time. Sweating up the bed. Stinky boy. You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours. Bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding? You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover. Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too, so soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork, barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Good going, buddy. Oh, just a dream. You have ones like that all the time. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night. You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think. It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time. You're too weak to say no now. Waking up is the worst part. Maybe somewhere down the line you could decline. Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Suit yourself, slow, sad shellman. The door is closed. Still no answer. Still nothing. This door can only be opened with as you hold the metal. You sense the warmth left there by her hand.
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The Union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer men who drink beer for breakfast. There's talk of an armed wing of the Union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I think it's them. I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like one loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it. Everything points to the Dock Workers Union. The tracks in the mud, which may, of course, all be wrong. That would just escalate. In fact, even the death of... One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Yeah, streetwise. But aren't you curious to know what they have to say?
They're in no hurry to leave.
Just a moment.
She's agitated, judging from the way she keeps pulling at the frayed edge of her blanket.
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Whirling's phone line isn't working. The Union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night, but they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel. That's just it. This isn't like him at all.
A cold breeze hisses through dense thickets of reeds. Something sweet in it, somnolent. A damp chill goes down your spine. When you look around, you're still in.
But you have more important things to worry about. Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the waterlock to set a few traps. He said...
The waterlock, that was broken. Could this be it?
Oh my. What happened to the waterlock? Oh, sweetie. If it weren't for you, I'd be looking forward to another sleepless night.
You're welcome, ma'am.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, Please do keep an eye out for my husband.
This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie. Oh, yes. A zoologist.
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban...
That's one opinion, yeah.
She's used to playing off such insults casually.
My apologies, ma'am. I didn't mean...
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology, one specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them to be. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless. Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work.
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told.
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn into some
He nods and assumes a waiting. Cryptids. Let's hear about all the interesting Ooh, tough choice there.
Yes. It's the kind green ape. Half war story, half undiscovered species in the genus Homo. Yes, it was reported by soldiers in South Safra during the war. The kind green ape would visit bunkers during the night, healing wounded soldiers with its saliva. Yes, it has amazing healing qualities. Some soldiers reported growing back limbs, regaining their sight. Indeed, there is. It's our closest relative among the cryptids. Same taxonomic family, different genus, which is to say the kind green ape is a species with which we share a common ancestor and that evolved parallel to our own, just like your partners.
The lieutenant looks at you, pleasantly surprised.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to imply that Saelites are inferior to us in many ways. You are superior. For example, your earwax doesn't have a foul odor like ours does.
A tremendous evolutionary advantage, I'm sure. But perhaps we've had enough speculative biology for today. Hey, you promised you'd only ask about one cryptid.
He nods approvingly. The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod. Acknowledge. He looks up at you, then looks away quickly. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door. He smiles and bangs his ladle against. He smiles and nods enthusiastic.
Let me handle this. Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martinez, in case you've forgotten.
Her entire character has shifted. This young woman is cold as ice.
That's right. I am not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the dock work, so let's get to it. You're looking for... That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming. Nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest, if we have to.
She says nothing. Her glares speak. Could this be the Miss Beaufort that Easy Leo mentioned? The one Mr. Everard sent to...
I suggest not wasting time on trivial pleasantries and focusing on why you are actually here.
Even though she has excellent control over herself, something moved behind her eyes, in the way she stands, in her face.
You are not here to chat up the legal counsel. You are here to question these men. Aggressive, you make your living enforcing violence. These
Just dock workers? Do dock workers spy on the police? We let you off easy, miss. Don't think it will happen.
Listen, you moral interlackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all, and you...
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. Let's.
Was that? Could it be the Col de Mama Dakwa? No. There seems to be an extremely high-pitched ring. Ultrasonic. Lena said it was very high-pitched. Lena also said that it couldn't be heard by any other animal. Honestly, your ear isn't hearing a whole lot. The distant hum of the industrial harbor, the traffic.
No, I don't hear the Koldomama Dakwa. And
Of course he doesn't. He's deaf. There it is again. You're about to read this. It must be very close. Keep still. It might perch on your shoulder. What are you doing? You're a police officer, not a pansy ornithologist. The only birds you Oh no. The sound. No. Too late. Keep your ears peeled then. If the species really has migrated to Martinez, you're sure to hear it again. This orange machine is dead. Turning the crank it's all gone now. What better to us? You slip your finger if you want to try.
Equip the pry bar.
This orange machine is... The bear's eyes are dead and empty.
good question.
Somewhere in the past, as she makes her mother rushes to soothe her.
I know. At least it's...
The fridge sits... Master. Conjuring up an inhuman amount of strength, you raise the barbell up in the air. warm wave of accomplishment washes over your head as you drop the barbell to the floor. Hey, but you're still in a ghost house. What if someone heard this?
Good technique.
Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels featuring the supposedly stalwart Vespertine. Shelves full of biographies of
A true cultural touchstone.
this bookstore is not. Several maps. The maps look up. Shelves filled to the brim with
Of course.
a small mountain of color. The display rack is brimming with worn.
It is a bestseller for a reason. You're alive and well. Don't keep me waiting. Yes, yes. How was it?
Tell her how ghastly it was. You know it's what she wants to hear.
I knew it. Oh, such horrors that have been thrust upon. But what else did you find? Did anything survive? What have you found? What have you found? And also, do buy the books. There may be a novelty dice maker. Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep. I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom?
The narrative she's built herself, it does need tearing down. She's squeezing on the pendant too tight. Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire.
Oh, how horrid! I knew something wasn't right about that place. Tell me, did you find a way to break the curse? Of course. I trust my Seminole's wards and charms kept you safe while you perform the ancient rites. All that matters is that the energies are retreating. I can already feel the curse lifting. Thank you, officer. Truly, you've brought a better psycho-emanation to this humble bookstore.
She so badly wants this to be over. It will only last a day or two. A week.
All right then. All's well that ends well. Should we return to our...
Hello? Me? No one. I'm just a worker.
She doesn't really want to be. If she's such a working class woman, why isn't she working?
Looking for something to read. It is. I know you are. Mm-hmm. What with?
The woman before.
Vigilance officer, what can this old carabiner do for you? It's a Bell McGrave, 4.46 caliber, breech loading, Revachol made. Good weapon. This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. Where did you find her? I'm not surprised. There are probably lots of forgotten wartime weapons lying around here. Back in the day, everyone had something stashed away. As for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you. There's nothing for you to understand here. It is not her death you are investigating. Revachol Fair of 91 in the Thorberg. This was the happiest day of my life. I was 22 when I returned from King Guillaume's Akira. I won her back. But while I was...
You were like a dark cloud sucking the joy out of every living thing around you. And you...
Dark cloud. That sound.
Those days and memories are gone.
The old soldier says nothing, but when his glance quickly.
Officer, the mere sight of police in Martinez makes me feel safer. I'm sorry, officer, but I really don't share food.
The only one you have.
The sandwich looks like a culinary wonder. Well, in addition to the obvious slice of ham, a fat one, you notice a brim of a tomato peeking from below.
Oh, that's good. That's very good. You must have other business.
A crumpled billboard reading, You see a Samaran's. The name, Sileng, is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Happy shopping, officer! Everything's cool. The goods are cool, the customers are cool, the place is cool. And what?
From out on the bay, a cool wind gathers. It sweeps into the city, tugging at the text.
You're very cool.
You feel a twitch in your index fingers. There's a finger shootout brewing.
Don't shoot, officer! Have we got an arrest here or just a shakedown? Good one, officer! You're a funny guy! Then fire away, officer! Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now. Oh, very cool. I like your style. You mean these delicious pre-packaged shelf-stable meal kits? Real? No problem here, officer.
Wait. Humanex. Humanitarian aid.
What? Look, officer. I'm just a retailer. You'd have to talk to my supplier if you got questions about the supply chain. That's how the game works.
Interesting.
We'll need more if we're going to pin this one down.
Only the coolest goods in Revachol. I'm an entrepreneur, officer. I've got sources. Buy. No need for discounts at ceilings, officer. Everything's already on sale. Anything you want. 50. Anything for you. Everything's still cool here, officer.
No need to dress this.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
No need to dress this.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
No need to dress this.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Start with a little compliment, then work your way up from there. This is about business, remember.
Oh, okay. An investment? What kind of investment? Fair point. You can't have a successful business without a loyal customer base. But officer, I don't have that kind of money. There's got to be a more modest investment. 10 real is a bargain for that kind of investment. You got it, my man. The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer.
Those UV stickers are almost certainly just.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, superb material, very cool, UV resistant.
You see too low.
I can see you've a taste for luxury, officer.
A pair of found ultras.
Those sneakers, mister.
Only? That's madness. These ones a small.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here. No, don't pity them, officer. These are old Samaran garbage. Don't even look at them. Check out these super cool, fun. No way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Lo-fi socialist junk. Well, if you want, but see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speakers, if, on the other hand, you wanted to...
There are clothes inside.
Don't be shy. These are premium.
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded garb. The box smells like cat piss, or like a...
Economical, but also trendy. You keep coming back. That's...
Something cold grazes your hand. Practical, and yet it may deaden your...
Good choice, officer. Mega sporty. And it's only $4.50 for you, sir.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
Hello, compatriot. You have something to discuss? Drugs?
They're shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body. You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza, Safre, Ilmara. They take the money from our local junkies here and then use it to outcompete us in the manufacturing sector. They know they can't beat us in a fair fight, so they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage, racial economic sabotage. Look, I'm gonna be straight with you since you're my kin. I don't know shit, and if I did, I wouldn't tell you. You're a cop. What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips.
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved his country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the way. Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to. It's a fucking travesty is what it is. Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well. That's the one, brother. Is your man alright? 100%. He's a lorryman selling his employer stuff. Broke the seals on his Humanox lorry. No doubt he's selling...
I wouldn't be so sure about it.
Guess so.
US cab now? I was just messing with you. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, let us cop for less money. Speaking of, what brings the RCM here, to the Wild North? Come to see the strife? The mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even...
The man whispers a jaunty tune. A coastal breeze ruffled.
So, how'd you like our harbor? It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains. Right, you talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain.
Hey, psst, psst. Hey, you, yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again. Yes, you're ready to start building communism again. You've built it before. They've built it before. Hasn't really worked out yet. But neither has love. Should we just stop building love, too? Good. We need tender men like you building gargantuan communism. Word on the street is, it's... The already familiar cold touch of plastic welcomes you as you... The already familiar... The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your next move. It's unclear whether you actually... The already familiar... The machine swallows your coin and your fingers run over the dial pad. 005. That's the dialing code for Revachol. Calling. Calling. Still calling. Then...
Video Revachol, 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lamy. How may I help you?
The voice of a youngster on the other end sounds as enthusiastic as that of a man walking towards the...
Video Revachol is a 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lamy. No. Sir, I don't know. It's a video. Maybe you called to extend your rental period? Do you need to extend your rental period? If you need any further assistance, you can visit us on the corner of Voyager and Main. I can't help you over the phone.
He thinks you're pulling a prank on him. On the corner of Voyager and Main, a large neon sign hangs on the side of a building. Video Revachol, 24 hours. It's raining. Tiny heels tiptoeing down the road. Beautiful steps, light-footed, with a lifetime ahead of them. You look up, and the air seems to grow. Suddenly, you feel like you don't want to hear about video rentals anymore. You don't want to hear about any of it.
That's enough for you today.
Mister, I'm not gonna bother you with a lot.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair. Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see. I hope you'll get... One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not some kind of union versus corporation situation. Yes, we're all trying to do what's best for Martinez. Don't feel like you shouldn't work with her just because you and I are such good friends. It's perfectly okay. Even if you've told her everything we've talked about, it's absolutely fine. What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go. He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. God knows how long he's got left. Harry! I have little people in my organization. I would never call someone a midget. What is this? Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're vanished. Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make it here in time for the voting. Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she got back, the whole thing was over.
Wait, there was no mention of a casserole from Joyce.
Harry, Harry, Harry. Do not fixate on this little matter. Maybe it was a rabbit stew, or a hairdryer, or an iron. The point is...
If it's spilled blood you're looking for, then there certainly isn't any in his expression.
If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. And I just don't have anything to discuss with a
He doesn't want to see her.
Of course, Harry. I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I respect your privacy. Just remember, none of this is secret. Tell her about all of it. My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gun. Tell her about everything. Everett doesn't mind. What? Harry, how could you say that to me? You know I appreciate a joke as much as any Johnny Fat Guy, but I can't take slander. Are you actually investigating this? Harry, you wound me, Harry.
Thank you for your understanding. We will continue to do what we...
You too, Lieutenant.
None taken. Did we have anything else to do here, Harry?
Of course. Let us dispatch with the formalities. My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction amnesiac cop, aren't you? What are the odds of that?
I think the odds of that are very low.
So good to hear that, Harry. Apparently my sources were wrong. However, if you did have a spot of memory trouble, I could help you out.
It's just a brown folder. You can't...
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and...
Don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart. Shows you're on the edge. Do some probing first.
Family? Harry, you're not a family man. There's not one peep of family in here. Unless you think you're a family man. Do you strike yourself as a family man, Harry? Well, yes. I'm sure you're going to make one little boy. Harry, you're not simply a cop, you're a star. A bright shining star in the drab law enforcement sky. Of course I do, Harry. And I'm gonna help you shine.
The giant neon sign reading Harry Dubois, hanging from the Cavalson crane, can be seen somewhere in Mirova.
It's Harry. Harry Dubois. And I can work with you, Harry. Now, what else can I do for you? This?
I find that very suspicious.
I'm afraid this is meant for Union eyes. Of course, Harry, of course. Let's not linger on personal details and see you soon. Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on the... Let's hear it, Harry.
As you look at the folder, Everard covers it with his hand and pets it. He's hiding it from you, because it's not a real RCM folder. It's just another one of those brown folders.
Okay, Harry, you got me. This is from the Census Bureau, not the RCM. Those Census Bureau people are absolutely corrupt. You should do something about them.
He got the name from the Census Bureau, and everything else from your actions here in
Yes, Mr. Kitsuragi from the Census Bureau. Like I said, now I'm actually a very busy man. So is there anything else I can do for you, Harry?
That means he doesn't really know any pity. The mystery of...
Yes, that's what I said. Try to keep up, okay? Let's move on. What? Oh, how could I forget your little side project? Well done, Harry. Well done. Don't even tell me what it was. But good job. I love it.
So do I. That's one tasty brew. You should drink some right now.
Yes, your lost gun. Your gun will be found, Harry.
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage. Who knows? Only one thing is certain. If you work with him, you'll...
Harry! I was only trying to be tactful. Kids could be playing gun roulette with it as we speak. Teenage gangs could be arming themselves. Get a hold of your...
I assure you, we are working on locating the missing
The lieutenant is concerned about the lost...
Excellent, Mr. Kitsuragi. That's excellent news.
can I help you?
A lorry stuck. The windows are clear. The woman is still hot.
Huh? What is it? What do you want? Of course not. To truly understand the Boyade, it's an old ballad about... Of course not.
In the background, you can hear the orchestra swell as the...
So the Boyadero strangles his beloved and the most beautiful. A true Boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself.
What if to truly love a boyadero is to...
She's just a distracted old woman.
So he doesn't think she's the smuggler.
You hear that, Loman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much... Oh, don't worry about me. The Monozov's land...
A terrible cold comes over her, rattling.
The Transcatolia Magistral. You for 1A. At Estradas do Mira. You're right, Loman. I'm the one who should take my health more seriously. Thank you.
A correct appraisal.
Is that all you woke me up?
Can I help you?
I've got nothing to say to you. Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems? What are we going to do to you? The Union isn't going to do anything to you. It is...
Goddamn right it is.
If anything, it is the RC...
This is where you say your bit.
Detective.
Hey, dipshit. You hard of hearing or something? The boss man...
Do not let their squeals disturb your serenity. These are but simple peasants.
Oh, this is about him. A real looker, that one.
You're sure taking your time, waiting for him to get ripe and pretty for you, huh?
Oh, he was a real pretty boy by now. Real hot stuff. Letting out that pretty boy smell.
Time to go to work in the shit factory!
Easy, boys. These janitors have a hell of a job cut out for them. I mean, I wouldn't go in there for $1 million.
You might want to start asking your questions now.
Do a head count first. Connect these men to the tracks you saw in the yard. Starting from the right. Boot size, sitting on his right. Standard working boots. Across at the other table. Hobnailed working boots. Size 43. Gang tattoos. Mesk or Sarah Mauritian. In and then. Standard working boot. Steel reinforced toes. Size 46. The big dick. Wide at the shoulders and lean at the hips. Rugby cap. The emblem on his vest says Rowing Club. A little patch below it reads, in the far corner, standard working boot. Steel reinforced on his neck. Forget it. It's not. Let's call this one the musician. Size 41, with the light step. Not a child, after all. An older man with a rat face, mean, watery eyes, and two front in the middle, heaving and wheezing. Big guy, boot size 46, deep marks, probably carried the victim over. He, alone, is 130 kilos. Add the man in armor, and you could easily exceed 220. In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene. The footprints were theirs, but exactly. You've stood there for about 4 seconds, not saying anything. Hit them with questions.
The fuck is with you, Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Starting, sitting across, and then the emblem in the far corner. Size in the middle. In conclusion, exactly.
The fuck is with you, fella? What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy Boy, there's 7 of us and we're all here. Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy Boy? We ain't high.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking here. Now what?
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy Boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. And you're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head.
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory.
The pretty boy. You guys really love talking about that pretty boy.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
You mean these boots? We all got a pair. We wore them the night we took the pretty boy out back and hung him. But yeah, we did this. Together. All of us. Until he was dead. Goddamn right.
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened, so that you don't waste any more of your time.
We hanged him up by his neck until he got real still.
Didn't they teach you anything at the cop school, idiot?
This is where an autopsy would come in handy. You have to work with what you know.
Titus, you don't have to clarify anything.
We overpowered him, dragged his unconscious body to the tree, put a noose around his neck, and hanged him till he was dead and steady.
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and you fucks.
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first, then see if it all adds up. Titus is solid as a rock, and so are a few others. But Elaine, who looks like he might be Titus's right-hand man, the least antsy of the bunch, definitely not his first time being quit. This little rat-faced fellow is solid too. Always fidgety, yes, but him neither. Mostly keeps to his tomato juice. Or tomato juice? Just tomato juice?
No.
Of course he's having trouble breathing. Just look at how fucking fat he is.
Fuck off, Shanky. Angus is a powerful guy.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to break like a piece of twig.
With numbers, asshole. How do you think? You're right, Lizzie. I've done enough.
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Right fucking here. The fucker pranced in here like he owns the place.
And fuck you, too, copper. Picking on Angus like this.
His all-muscle comment wasn't sarcastic. This one is a stone wall. You won't get more out of them about the night of the murder.
Like what, copper? Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out of line.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Cohoy and Semenine written all over him.
A live grenade! Right here in our bar!
This one has a special gripe with him coming here.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hired merc shit like that. Wrong. He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
There's a slight unease in him suddenly. He regrets mentioning the rape.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. That was before he started coming here.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started to come in here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grabbed one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah. This girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl. Young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming. Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it. They got the girl out before anything else could happen.
Yeah, me and Eugene got her out. Aren't you fucking listening?
There's something odd here.
No, you're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter. And I'm not discussing it with you clowns.
There's nothing you can do for now. He's stonewalling you.
You don't have to answer any of his questions.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week.
Known him? We don't associate with scum like that.
Yeah! Who do you think we are?
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. Happy?
By the Pines cow, you mean Joyce Messier? The representative for White Pines? The same company you are striking against?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. But you know what? Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
Who do you fucking think does?
You keep him the fuck out of this. We have autonomy. It's all on us.
When the shit starts spinning, it will not land on Mr. Clare. That's the deal here. The Fixer will ignore the notion completely, focusing on Titus's culpability.
When Titus Hardy says he runs the Hardy Boys, he means that in an administrative capacity. On that...
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse for them? Or sent them to Reunion to rot? For 20 years? For life? But you see, a lawman, is something people agree upon. And
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your stations where you belong.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't... I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder. Even if it is a group responsibility. We're going to look into this.
good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us. Real law officials.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling-height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? On the contrary, officer. There are yet camionneurs you have not talked to. And don't look so surprised. In a time like this,
They must have someone in an overlooked position.
I suggest you go back and canvass for more suspects. Until you come up with something at that...
She simply nods.
Oh? Did you now? What sort of borscht is he making? The strike brew. That's a classic. And by turn up the heat, I presume you mean... Why, if I may ask? Why make the...
Yes, Detective. What were you hoping to accomplish with this strange thing?
Very curious. A very curious thing.
Truly. But that's how he operates. He just does things.
A strange equanimity has overtaken the lieutenant.
What else? Of course, Detective. You can always drop by later, should something come up. Now, what else can I do for you? Of course. Of course.
Don't tell her you've met Everard right away. Wow, so someone's been a little boring. Yes, my standard liege. Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas pop off and thought,
You? I wouldn't worry about that.
see, you're so regular and vinyl brown. Of course you do. Maybe some regulations and a usual pistol to go with them? Yes, the type of cop you are, sire. Think of it as a cast. Done and done.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man. Ah, man, me and narcotics go way back. Had some good times surfing the psychic waves of my own consciousness, you know? But those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man? Hey, man, that's serious criminal talk. Are you trying to pull some sort of an entrapment thing on me?
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry and drive it to Jamrock.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration. Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another man to probe with those questions.
We wouldn't say he's lying, sire.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
Ease into it. Familiar longing. Flecks of brown and gold. It's hard to say. His gaze wanders southwest. Down the street, the road continues for miles, flowing together with other roads, above the Jamrock Quarter, in the form of a raised motorway, and then the never-ending sprawl of Forburg, hot to the old south, to the farthest outskirts of Revachol. You cannot see. It's out of the city. Up ahead, the mist blocks all sight. A gale blows across your cheeks. It is cold. Before you stands a tall lorry driver with sad eyes.
Excuse me?
A flinch jolts his frame. The question has touched a nerve.
Man, I don't know what to say. Not much anyone can do. There's no helping in absence, you know. I miss my family. They're all I have. My wife, second kid on the way, waiting all the way in Diora. Diora of the Seven Seas. It's on the other end of Le Caillou, pretty much, on another island called Laurentide, off mainland. We've got a little place there. Can almost hear my kid laugh when it snows. What's it like? Good. And bad. An ache that brings you joy. I think of them a lot. I dream up these silly scenarios in great detail of living with them. It comforts me. What about you, Copman? You miss...
Is that what it is? This feeling? No, it's scarier than that. You're pursued by a hunter, smelling of apricots and sorrow, and the past.
I feel for you, my friend. It's bad enough to know who you miss. Missing like that doesn't feel like it has much of an upside. But, thanks for this. It's nice to talk to someone, and I know it wasn't easy to ask. I hope you find your way through your own troubles.
Everything's still cool here, officer. Drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs. That's so cool. You investigating the local drug trade like some cool narc? But I am not a lorry driver. I am just a street vendor. I don't know.
A blatant lie, sire. Yet he tells it with such conviction. We'd believe him if we didn't know better.
Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder and he's an asshole. Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream. No, I just forgot. It's such a small part of my life. It's in the rear view mirror now. I'm climbing out of that hole with ingenuity. No! That's insane! It's the fat hater. He's been eyeing me for a week and he sent you here. Maybe he's the one, huh? Nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb guy. I don't get involved with that crowd.
And what crowd is that?
Crowd? You know, the drug crowd? Shush, please. There's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please, don't get me into this mess. I spent 15 years working my way up.
Here we go. There's a tiny bit of truth on the table. Zoom in on it.
It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady. I don't know. Maybe if she...
It could be. She was strange.
All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know.
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the tattoos?
All of them. Even the one... All right.
Magnesium-based life form. We tell them, hell no. You're about to become a magnesium-based life form. The age of the primitive carbon man is done. No longer must mankind rely on slow-working background radiation to take us further into our genetic destiny. This is the era of guided evolution, and magnesium is the key. You are the first of your species. The next step in human evolution. An advanced magnesium proto-man who mags it up, drinks it down, and sniffs it sideways.
Hello, compatriot. You have something to discuss? I don't know what you're talking about. Listen up, fuckwits. You don't scare me. You cops don't run Revachol West. You don't run Martinez. You don't run anything.
No. He means La Puta Madre.
The name resounds like a bell in the air. A dark gong. Looks like the lieutenant has a plan.
Yeah, him.
The lieutenant looks at you skeptically, but...
I ain't saying nothing. I'm not in trouble right now, and I don't have to tell you a single...
How do you want to proceed?
The man drops the near-finished cigarette, lingering between his fingers. He reaches for a new one, with a confident look.
Hello, compatriot. I don't know what you're talking about. Listen up, fuckwits. You don't scare me. You cops don't run Revachol West. You don't run Martinez. You don't run...
No. He means...
The name resounds like a... Looks like the lieutenant.
Yeah, him.
Then I presume you are familiar with his peonies.
Yeah, they're his little bitches. He's got them all over the unions.
Not just the unions. He has peonies everywhere. Some say he even has them in the RCM. dirty fucking peonies who'd do anything for him. Multi-ethnic drug addicts.
The lieutenant adopts a rodentine quality.
You're not peonies. You wouldn't be investigating a drug thing if you were.
No, of course not. We are not peonies. But if we were, and one of Madre's drivers were to be stealing from him, then it's a good peony's job to find out who that is.
He's surprisingly good at this. Not bad at all.
It's not a hard job. It won't take a long time. It won't make Madre angry. But a stupid fucking racist is standing in the way, protecting this fucking thief.
I'm not scared of you or the mob. I'm under the protection of the Lorrymen and Carters Guild.
You've seen the corpse in the yard, yes? You took a peek. I know you did. Does it look like his friends protected him?
Nah, you wouldn't just leave him out there if you...
The lieutenant turns and gives you. I softened him up as best I could. Be careful. This man's still got some fight in him, by the looks of it. It won't be easy to break him. Men like this only respect too thick. Time to turn up the volume.
Fuck you, I told you. I'm not...
There. His voice grows smaller as yours.
Look, fuck you, man. It's some lorry down there. Green, banged up thing. I don't fucking know who she is.
When did she go away?
I don't know. I don't even know her name. She just rolls with the fleet and acts like a big shot. Some dyke, probably. I haven't even seen her for days. Past the monument, down there. The Green Temple. Now...
A small temple by the monument.
Looks like he got his adrenaline up, too. This screen found.
This must be the one he told us about. Unless...
The glass on the side windows is tinted and covered with dust. You can barely make out the shape. The door is locked.
Use the pry bar to smash the window. Open it from the inside. This has been hard enough. No need to make it any harder.
This screen found A to Z. With a firm grip, you raise the pry bar. A glint of light catching on the tip. Call down the hammer of truth and justice. Release your secrets, lorry cabin. The window shatters and droplets of glass fly everywhere.
Subtle.
The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. These are movie posters featuring starlets from long-forgotten films from the 20s, the teens, even the 90s of the last century. One of them particularly catches your eye. A centerfold of an ingenue attached right above the back seat. There's definitely perfume in the air. It's the remnants of a sweet juniper-scented perfume. The actress is draped in a sheathed dress, one of her shoulders bared. The faded remains of an autograph. Wait, doesn't she resemble someone you know? But the actresses and the rare actor all smile you a warm goodbye. Looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work, but
Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be all for contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. Looks like we are dealing with an impressive... doesn't look like it.
The smell of 1,000... You wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like but one odd detail does catch your eye. A piece of sandpaper adds extra grip.
Sandpaper? A novel technique? Yes?
Do the honors, he thinks. connect it yourself.
Which means that the missing lady driver was present at the lynching. Looks like her, yes. Now we know for certain who's the missing 8th person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardy and his boys could also be involved in the drug operation? Understood. We should still go and see what Titus has got to say on it.
The movie stars are still. A metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's an issue of Petit Ferique. It looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex mathematical equations.
The Ulan frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but...
A pull-out toolkit slides back into it. Close the rusty old...
Great. I think we got everything. A word, detective? Alright, we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go. Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. The evidence seems to point to a rather extensive and well-organized operation. I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter, particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect. Looks like this alleged drug trade casts a wide net. I'm not sure what the Ulan frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance. Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding frequency bleed. Or maybe it's used to... And last but not least, it looks like the Hardy boys knew this driver, as we know that she was present at the lynching. This may be the Union connection we've been searching for.
The probe and the case converged, he thinks. This was quite the find.
We should return to the murder case. See what Joyce tells us about it. There are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation. Sometimes the fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause. An investigation, I mean. Especially if the Madrid grouping is involved. And all the same, I don't like the idea of internal affairs descending on the matter. That won't help anyone either. As elegant as they are, I don't think they are relevant to the...
Don't be fooled. Desire always plays a role.
I'm going to say no. Like Joyce told us, yes, logistically. But debrief over.
I saw you poking around in Lady Driver's lorry. She in trouble? It's that bad. Man, what should I do? What should I do to help her? Yeah, maybe I should just keep my head down and work on my rhymes while I can. Oh, you know, Tommy Leham's gonna be a musician. Sprechgesang, but with beats. I've got a lot of free time. Tommy Lahm was taken. My real name's Jerry Lafitte. Tommy's way better.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man.
Wait, there's something here, stored away in some dusty corner. It's...
Whoa! What else? Silent communion. That's good. Dang, that's some great shit. You came up with that yourself. Right. But really, no bullshit. That's great fucking A. Seems I got you all wrong. Cops aren't much known for their artistic sensibilities these days. It's good to meet a fellow poet. Someone with an appreciation for real text. The others here, so you don't really get it. I get you. When they really click, it makes the world seem manageable. Good to be on the same page.
You found some common ground with this man. Even impressed him. Why does art inspire you so much? Excellent question. Art is a diverse range of visual, literary, auditory, and performative creativity. It's an expression of it. In short, art is the highest form of human communication, representation, narrative. Have you looked in the mirror lately? You have the exact features of a savage art critic, with that beard and those clothes. Of course not. It's autism, box drawing, masturbation with a ruler and a sextant or whatever they use. You should demean and criticize the genteel institution of architecture, only the most experimental kind. Yes, you seek substance. No vapid representations and reproductions of social mores as made manifest in exactly. It's not only your duty to go ahead and provide.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
It remains a mystery.
You're back. Good. More lessons in basic reality?
It remains a mystery. In the Valley of Dogs, Junior Officer Chad Timbrell takes aim at a rabid black dog licking its wounds in the grass. To his left, his partner, Emil Mullins, whispers, "You heard what happened to Tequila Sunset in Martinez?" "Yes, he lost his mind," Tilbrook answers, fingers on the trigger. "Don't worry, Emil." He pulls it out slowly. Slowly now. He'll find it again. We always do.
You? You're an officer of the RCM. Preciso Mundo. Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol.
Yes, we are the Revachol Citizens Militia. We are.
Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin. The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the Emergency, Wayfarer and Aliments Acts, three pieces of legislation keeping the city in a, let's be honest, laissez-faire.
All three are good to know when we are out policing.
There's nothing basic about your role, Detective. It's true that the RCM keeps everything the way our seemingly permanent, provisional rulers like it. Yet, on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. Let me tell you, dear, they are not. The post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell, especially on the west side of the river. They called it the international zone because no nation wanted.
That's somewhat of an exaggeration. In reality, ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Ravasholians get to keep the peace in Ravashol, and the Coalition doesn't have to worry about it. Anyway, sorry.
Yes, Lieutenant. Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are, to me, is the police. And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I'm here to help. Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I... Until you come up with something at that intersection.
She simply nods.
Yes, my eyes on the harbour have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered? It doesn't really matter. And I do apologize for the surveillance. In any case, it's a relief to know someone has looked into it.
If there is an investigation, it will be part of an ongoing operation, subject to confidentiality.
Of course, detectives. In any case, I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder, I'm afraid we may have a bloodbath on...
The words bloodbath sound cold in her mouth. They taste of iron and strawberries.
Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with possible consequences for all of Rivershore.
Since you are sharing, ma'am, this is also the RCM's worst-case scenario.
Then we're on the same page. I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me, in that they were dispatched after I relayed the union's initial offer.
Every worker...
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric, or a joke. They did not appreciate the humor. Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering.
Who are they, exactly?
Crenell, an Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, they wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment.
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the Colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue. He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched. Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbour. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenell contractors carry out their orders, for now. It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this...
What is the nature of this so-called...
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants. It's not good, no. My only hope is that you provide a single concrete suspect before the mercenaries indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put, if you don't pin this on someone good, and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will force the Union to respond.
The Debardeurs have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a Hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? It's not pretty. These men work in tandem using semi- and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours.
Most Union workers don't have guns at all. As I said, a bloodbath. Too many things have already gone wrong. Nameless, badgeless detective of the citizens' militia. All we can do is keep that which is not from following suit. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military contractors go. I believe they were once called Downwell. They boast a long list of clients: Saint-Baptiste, Welchman Lorenz, Eendracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in third or fourth world countries. Guarding facilities, escort missions and such.
Meaning they're used to operating in war zones.
Yes. All the good conflict corridors, Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminese Islands, countries that don't have a good record reporting atrocious military conduct on their soil. Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, I don't have the resources. If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time, though.
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM and the ICP now?
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I would be dealing with a group like Crenel. I have. And they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's...
She's being truthful. She is pressing them as hard as she can.
Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers, loitering. The remaining contractors. Their tribunal. That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit.
The lieutenant consults his notebook, his eyebrows knitted.
Odd. We haven't heard any reports about an assault in connection with the lynching. Where did...
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the colonel was drunk, maybe on narcotics too. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor. About a rumor. In any case, it's what the colonel's remaining colleagues...
You meet her soon enough, you feel?
If you mean did I see him alive, yes. But I did not know him. Lely, his service name, a nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one. One is a man, Corty, they call him, a nickname as well. The other a woman, Phyllis DePaul. Corty is the gunner, I believe. DePaul is a radio...
What would you say was his eye color, the deceased's?
She closes her eyes, trying to picture the man's...
I can't remember.
That's all right, ma'am. Anything else? Nationality? What would you say was his age?
He was 40. Or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw. It made it difficult to estimate his age. Or gauge...
What else? Nationality?
He was, Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent. Oranese. Or Messinian, maybe. His injury gave him an accent. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it. Through the injury. That's all I know. They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're almost certainly armed to the teeth. They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting. You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear in...
One is obviously the SCAP leader. The other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout.
That may be so.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gate is a powder keg. Does this not bother you?
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant. But my hands are tied. How would my employer...
Your concern may be appearances. Ours.
would afford a good vantage point. In any case, it's...
Where is your radio for contacting them, if I may ask? Do you have it?
Heavens no. I'm not an undercover agent. I hope I can answer it better. Until the executions start.
They don't report their progress to you?
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative. It's a matter of days, not weeks. I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. Again. About fucking time. Like hell you have. There is no local drug trade. This place is as clean as a rifle. Go back to Jamrock and ask the local junkies how clean your streets are in
We'll do that. In the meantime, did you know that there's an abandoned lorry at the intersection that was used to move raw ingredients for drugs from Terminal B to Jamrock? The person driving it was present at the hanging. It was one of you. We've connected the footprints. Detective, do you want to deliver the coup de grâce? Thank you. You're right, Titus. There is no local drug trade because it's all controlled by you. You're the drug trade.
That's a mighty interesting theory. I guess that's what you would need to do, theoretically. A big, strong, state-run monopoly would outcompete the runts on the street.
Yeah, man. Theoretically, that's what you would do. To get rid of the gangs, the dealers, even some of the junkies.
You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardy men to run such a monopoly. For the good of the community, of course. No, there aren't. Some little shit and his dad are doing speed. Who fucking who?
Whatever you've seen is peanuts. Look at the big picture, man. The place is a paradise. And all thanks to Hardy Boys.
Theoretically, of course. We're just talking politics here. My answer to your drug accusation is, how dare you? Go fuck yourself.
Not quite yet, Mr. Hardy. There were 8 sets of prints on the crime scene. There are only 7 Hardy boys here.
My answer is fuck off. Mind your own business. There is no 8th Hardy.
And here we go. Back to the...
I know! Fatty walked on all 4s. He's so fucking fat he left 2 seconds.
Go fuck your mom, Dennis.
That's more like it, boys. You heard him. It was Angus on all 4s. Anything else you need to know?
Yeah. By friends, you mean his squad mates from...
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
This is what happens if you take the law into your own hands. Other people start doing it too.
Let them come. The Hardy Boys are right fucking here.
You heard the man. Right here. We're armed. We got the whole district behind us. And Glenn. Glenn is fucking crazy.
Yeah. A well-oiled murder machine.
The mood is on the rise. They're feeling confident, ready to punch out the whole Merc platoon.
Big fucking surprise. They hire psycho scum, arm them to the teeth, and let them loose in the city. What do you think is gonna happen? So are the local gangs, the fucking Barmy Army, and the Madre scum. You've been out there. Seen any around?
Yeah. Where are they now, huh? Sent back to Madre in an airtight cargo crate.
These people are trained military professionals with decades of combat experience. They are not a gang or a barmy army.
No, they're not. They're uncoordinated and drunk. We know more about them than you think. We got weapons of our own. We got Ister 50s, Zeeligers. Glenn's got a knock cannon at home. I guess we're gonna see, aren't we? Yeah, like you've been up against ceramic armor. You haven't even seen the whole suit, right? I've seen the whole fucking thing, and it didn't make him immortal. What do you mean, okay? No, they won't. Get out of here with your negative energy.
All he means is that the situation is serious.
No wonder you cops get shot to shit every day. Can't go to war with an attitude like that.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling-height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass, like bony. There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. No need to open it in spring. It's...
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time? What you want is of no significance.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod. The mention of mañana gets his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole slew of unfamiliar words, and like their friends.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
You know, to hell with it. Let's have more cryptids.
Of course, officers. Is there a particular cryptid you two are interested in learning about? That would be the Giant of Kokonur. The giant lives in the most arid parts of the vast Kokonur Desert in South Samara, casting a strange light across the barren wastes. A mirage or a psychogenous luminance. No one knows for sure. It is like an awful mountain appearing from below the horizon and expanding to cover almost a third of your field of vision. The towering luminosity of Kokonur is a bad omen in local folklore. Some say it's a fata morgana, others, fate unimaginable.
Who here? No animal can be that large. It's a mirage.
That's what makes it so peculiar. A species surviving at the very limits of scientific law. The giant of Kokonur must be the largest animal the planet can support. There are limits, you see, to how large a metabolism an ecosystem can beget. Some say a gravity anomaly below the Kokonur Desert might allow the creature to grow to these
Great. This is great shit. You need more.
The Gnome of Jeroma. Oh, yes. None of its victims survived. Grieving relatives never even found their bodies because the gnome's venom dissolved organic tissue. It was reportedly a small creature with webbed fingers and a protruding forehead and a gangly little thing. Quite scary to look at. A couple of campers found it when it was already dying. They heard an odd wailing in the woods and followed the sound. They were scared and wrapped it in tarpaulin to suffocate it. It still took the Gnome of Jeroma an entire day to die.
If the body of the creature was found, why aren't there detailed illustrations of it in science textbooks, confirming the existence of this very little species?
Alas, the first scientist who got his hands on the creature's corpse put it in a jar of formaldehyde, thinking that would detoxify the gnome's venom. Instead, all the venom leaked out of the creature's teeth and into the surrounding liquid, dissolving the creature itself. A poetic end, perhaps, but a real loss for science. Cryobacter catlensis. Yes, a unicellular bacterium that was discovered in one of the northernmost points of Kotla on the Boreal Plateau by renowned geologist Caitlin Mijanou. Some 70 bacterial colony Mijanou found had remained alive while frozen in ice for longer than anyone could reliably estimate. Certainly from before recorded history, Mijanou disappeared shortly after injecting herself with the bacteria she had brought back to study, no doubt in hopes of prolonging her own life. Yes, and she's quite mad too. After she treated herself with the bacteria, she stopped aging, but also became increasingly eccentric and irascible, so that even her oldest friends were forced to pull away. We can assume that she has been living somewhere in the wilderness for decades now, all alone except for the Cryobacter catlensis coursing through her bloodstream. I'm glad you like them, but I'm not really one to tell you about all of them. Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating, but I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
Well, it's a phasmid, technically.
Oh, yeah. Here comes the...
Where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insulindian coast. Hence its name, the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering the phasmid with us, officers.
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing made-up insects with cryptozoologists.
It's not made up, officer. It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists at all. Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden all these years, centuries even. Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect that looks like the reeds.
Interesting. Maybe the phasmid made the teenagers make out.
I doubt it. It's not like teenagers need much encouragement in that regard. Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insulindian phasmid perfectly, and they didn't even know what they were looking at.
Enthusiasm has wiped the worry from her face. Her eyes sparkle behind her glow.
I suppose I have something of a personal connection to the Insulindian phasmid. Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully? Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie. Oh dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. Morel can explain it all much better. Oh dear. I'm not sure where to begin. Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palm...
It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting down the woman.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, you know. We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but via dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking to get back into the city. We hit it off, and, well, here we are.
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
I hope I've been useful.
Can I help you?
The door is closed. Still, the lieutenant gives you. He doesn't like her this. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. It's your face in the mirror, adorned with the expression. It's like something snaps in you. A nerve ending, a thought, a sadness. Your face in the mirror is suddenly clean of the layer that had distorted it for God knows how long. Just like that, it's over. The running gag that your life had become. A sad old man looks back at you. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's like the rest of you. It comes from a bad place, somewhere in the past. The third decade of the current century. Enough time had passed from the failure of the revolution that, for a fleeting moment, free market economy seemed like the ultimate, uncontested way of life for our species. Things were good. It was smooth sailing. People made gold and champagne-tinted interiors and facades to suit the times, calling this the new style. But more importantly, forget about ostentatious orchestrations. For Revachol, your city, that meant only one thing. Guillaume le Million. If it doesn't rhyme, you're not pronouncing it right. Out of the dazzling swirl of disco music, in an open-air boîte de nuit, somewhere in Revachol West, Guillaume's blonde mane appeared on the screen. He sang some bullshit. Then he made the expression. Everyone loved it. Maybe you thought some of the stardust would rub off on you. Maybe the click is used to spur on a horse. It also features heavily in Guillaume Le Million's regional mix. Sometimes you like to add finger pistols to the mix, because, unlike Guillaume Le Million, it doesn't have to be. You can swoon over Guillaume and his champagne-corked smile whenever you want to. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall.
Hola, wandering man. How can I help you? The mercenary.
The man whispers a jaunty tune. A coastal breeze ruffles his hair.
Right to work! Right.
Hell no. I'm just an honest scab. I won't have talk.
It just has to be said. That was not a convincing line.
Fucking bug. How about you fuck off now, huh?
Okay, of course.
There could be weapons aiming at us right now, somewhere above, in the buildings. The
fucking
loincloth. Now you see, that's not really what a scab would say, is it? Better. The man's breathing steadies, but his eyes are still narrow. Slowly, he's trying to get his right to work dance back on. A lorry stuck, the windows, fumes of heavy fuel oil waft over you. The tracks are as they have ever been. A bit more worn, perhaps. Fortunately.
I'm not sure. There are plenty of traffic accidents.
You could follow.
You are correct.
Somehow that makes you feel.
Fuck, does Kuno care? Yeah, the king. Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno doesn't. Fuck, does Kuno care?
He's on your crime scene. It's Kuno S.
Fuck you whispering about?
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But what?
Fuck you whispering about? If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up. Don't make Kuno look bad in this.
crazy. You don't know the half of it. She's not crazy. She's insane. Dangerous. She's smoked a man. She's done people in. Probably even pigs.
Stop talking to him! Kuno, I'm fucking warning you! You're gonna get us into shit!
She understands what you're trying to do.
Yo, see? Did Kuno not tell you? Kuno told you. Kuno talks to whoever he wants. Talk, pig. Kuno's got it under control.
You did it. They're separated. He's even turned his back to her, so she can't read his lips.
Fuck knows. She says it's the song of her people or some shit. Crazy people. The fucking Nakis.
Some things are too awful to dwell on. The Nakis.
Yeah, she's psycho. None of that kiddie psycho. Cat burning shit. She does the real deal. Snuff radio shit. Believe me, pig, you don't want to know. Kuno means she killed someone. That's right, she's a killer. Like, actually a killer.
His little green eyes are fixed on yours. He's meant everything he said before, but right now, he not only means it, he is sincere.
Fucking yeah. Kuno knows you don't want to face this right now. This dark shit. Kuno, she's probably killed a pig too. I mean, I'm pretty sure she has. I knew you pigs were too naive for this shit. Good thing Kuno's got her under control. Kuno keeps her calm.
There's something cold in the air, like water lapping against cold stones, or dripping in a hallway nearby. The creature peers at you both from over the fence. There is something searching in her eyes.
Yeah, she would have liked to fuck him up, but she didn't. Kuno wasn't around. Look, Kuno's gonna put you at ease. We didn't do it.
He speaks the truth, my liege.
How's Kuno dealing? Kuno's dealing just fine. He doesn't need you fucking with any of it. C doesn't either. Kuno's got this shit under control. Listen, listen. C is Kuno's go-to. Kuno's protecting her. You fuck with C, you fuck with Kuno. You threaten her, you threaten to take her away.
This is what it all comes down to.
I'm going to kill you. I'll run when you put the cuffs on her, sneak up on you later, and fuck you up. You understand? You made a big fucking mistake there. A huge mistake. Say goodbye to all the shit Kuno would have hooked you up with. You and Kuno are done. Professionally.
Told you, you shouldn't deal with that. He's fucking nothing.
She won. The kid doesn't even look at you. You're dead. Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. The girl is ignoring you. It's like you don't exist. In your hands, you hold 16 days of coldest April. Indeed, the book is unusually heavy in your hands, as though the cover were lined with lead. It would do that in Grad. You flip through the book. The pages are thinner than you realized, and the type quite small and tightly set. It's nearly 600 pages long. The back cover is dominated by a black and white photograph of the... She can't be much older than her mid-30s in this photograph. And in cold, detached prose, the author describes a scene from one of the Yugograd riots in the 20s. Youths overturn motor carriages and set trash cans ablaze, while as ethnic tensions run wild. It would physically hurt you to keep reading. Are you sure? They go through a brief and somewhat awkward love affair. And in the end, they betray each other and succumb. He toils through the day. She spends the next several decades standing at a conveyor in a Sosnovo fish processing plant. The smell of fish guts slowly seeps into her hair and skin. The memory of their short time spent together tortures the former lovers ceaselessly until the end, as life leaves their remains between the soil sheets. Their final thoughts are filled with regret. The edges of the pages are... The jacket copy proclaims, "Man from Heimdall returns in his most exciting adventure yet. After crashing into a strange jungle, cannibalistic natives abduct he is ambushed by a tribe of female warriors and taken to the ancient citadel." You open the book to a random page. Man from Heimdall, wielding his two Zweihanders, is carving through a sea of savages, his visage fixed in grim determination. His arms, whirling like windmills, are soaked with the blood of his enemies. Mangled corpses litter the battlefield. You flip to the copyright page. This book was written in 38. Berserker rage burns in his azure-hued eyes as he brings glory and honor to his long-lost Heimdall tribe. From the village of Heimdall, the man from Heimdall rides on a gilded griffin, his golden mane billowing in the breeze. Both Zweihanders sheathed on his back. He is off to war. Will he conquer his enemies? Will he conquer himself? The steel muscles of man from Heimdall gleam in the humid jungle air. Yet the man does not sweat. In meditation, his soul drifts in the frigid northlands he calls home. A passage reads, "The man from Heimdall looks up, his eyes blue as the mountain lakes of his homeland. He rarely speaks, but now his voice booms in the darkened throne room. Do not try to sap my masculine essence, wicked temptress. Son of Heimdall will never succumb to your seductive wiles. Thine spells are no match for purity and strength of will. Brothers of Heimdall, stand above the vices of flesh, for it is weak and corruptible, yet mine is forged in gore and strife." Queen Lydiana just laughs, a sultry and salacious sound, then says, "I have grand plans for you, man from Heimdall." She gestures her diabolical hand toward an array of potions and unguents. In the final pages, man from Heimdall mounts Gallavarin, his mighty griffin, and turns his gaze to the horizon. Queen Lydiana is dead. But to find out what happens next, you'll have to pick up Man from Heimdall and the Three-Eyed Skull. Available. In your hand, you hold Dick Mullet. The cover features a pastiche of different scenes. In the foreground, a man in a dark overcoat clutches a pistol to his chest. The tagline reads, "Detective Dick Mullen must prove his innocence after an old friend is murdered by someone who looks just like Dick Mullen." Needless to say, it violates nearly every RCM regulation for a detective to investigate a murder in which...
Are you really reading that, detective? Good luck finding it. He's not much of a character, I think you'll find.
The story opens with a knock at the door. Detective Dick Mullen is greeted by an old friend, Charlie Spillane, who's come to Mullen to ask a favor on this dark and cold night. Spillane needs Mullen to drive him in from Vesper to a small town along the Elysium coast. Despite his friend's apparent agitation, Mullen does as he's asked, then returns home where he passes out drunk, as he does most nights. An extremely unprofessional and hurtful stereotype that's offensive to all upstanding officers of the law, but also extremely accurate in your case. 2 days later, Mullen is arrested by the Vesper police and charged with the murder of Charlie Spillane. At his interrogation, Mullen learns that Charlie Spillane was shot in a bar in the very town Mullen dropped him off in by a man matching Mullen's description. Desperate to clear his name, Mullen manages to convince the Vesper police to release him for 3 days so that Mullen may solve his friend's murder and prove his innocence. Of course, Mullen didn't do it. That's the whole premise of the book. Anyway, Mullen returns to the Deneuve reveals that she was Spillane's lover and that he was mixed up with a local amphetamine smuggling operation. As soon as Mullen begins pulling at strings, the whole conspiracy begins to unravel. Not only is the local police captain in on the amphetamine ring, so is the son of a powerful politician and a strung-out art collector named Torvald. One evening, Deanna Deneuve comes to Mullen's hostel room in tears. The two of them drink half a bottle of vodka, and soon they're seeking comfort in each other's arms. Yes, comfort and pleasure. The warmth of another human's touch. The burning taste of liquor. Well, that testimony won't be admissible any longer. As the two lovers share a post-coital cigarette, Deanna Deneuve turns to Mullen and says, "By the way, Dick, there was something else I meant to tell you. I love you." Whatever it is, Mullen never hears the words. A blow to the base of his skull knocks him out cold. When Mullen comes to, Deneuve is dead on the hostel bed next to him. To make matters worse, his clothes are covered with her. Mullen trashes his blood-stained clothes and flees the hostel, knowing it's only a matter of hours before the cops discover Deneuve's body. Fleeing a crime scene, destroying evidence, even if Detective Mullen didn't commit the murder. The heat is on. If Dick Mullen can't solve both murders before the cops catch up to him, he's going away for life. Can you solve the case before the cops close in? What is it, Detective? It's a dangerous line of work, but somebody has to do it. There was never a time when he wasn't a detective. For a moment, you cease to read the story on the page and see the book for what it is. A collection of brittle, cheaply printed pages held together. From nowhere, you hear the screech of sneakers on a waxed floor, and you feel the burn of rope against your hands. You won't find the answers you're looking for here. In other words, is it really so evil, Detective? Like what? You don't know how you think contemplating art is going to save you? Whatever you say, art cop. The book, you know you look like a madman, right?
What's the matter, Detective? Then perhaps you should stop reading.
But you can't stop, can you? You've got to... So, who did it, Detective? Who killed Charlie Spillane and Deanna Deneuve? Could be. Who knows? You begin furiously flipping through. You try to grab the pages as they come loose, but your fingers aren't. Dozens of pages scatter across the ground. The last fifth or so of the book seems to have been lost. It's possible that you could gather and reassemble the pages, but...
Too bad, Detective. If it's any consolation, and on that note, perhaps we should get back to making sense of our own case?
In your hand, you hold... It's just a... Just an ordinary wall. No. Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see. You have no clue. Wall. It is sublime. Look at it. The shadows, the colors. All the other walls on all the other houses must make a pilgrimage in adoration of this, the uncontested pinnacle of wallcraft, color peeled from the very face of God. O Wall Father. Huh? He sounds tired of it all.
Sure. I suppose we have to pass by it again at some point anyway.
Hello again, officers. Have you... What for? Well, if it's for art... But what kind of art are we talking about? Then you have time to find your own fucking brush. There, Piggy. I guess art just isn't really you. 'Cause you suck in life and in... Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. Of course. It's in working order still, isn't it? Just pick your tape and set it spin. The Coldima Madakwa. Sorry, I would never have guessed that you were that interested in ultrasonic sounds. Or birds for that matter. What an interesting development. Well, once knew a group of young musicians who decided they didn't want to play music anymore and started looking for all... This was before, you know, lost touch with them after. Cool or not, one of them was obsessed with recording the Coldima Madakwa, and he was one of those passionate people who know a lot about all kinds of strange things. We thought we did. We got together all these recordings of unusual sound patterns, compared them. Unfortunately, I don't have any recordings from my old life. None at all. but I do have a tape with some ultrasonic sounds that might...
Do we really have time for this?
All right. Of course. It's in working order still, isn't it? Just pick your tape and set it spinning. It all starts with the tape. I doubt it.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
The Koldima Madakwa. Sorry, what an interest. Once this was before. Cool or not, we thought we did. We, unfortunately...
Do we really have time for this?
This recording comes from down the coast. Wasn't looking... Keep in mind, I have to slow this one down enough to make sounds well over 200 kilohertz audible to the human ear. It will be... strange.
As the hum grows louder, not good, not good. You're about to start suffocating. There's a growing sense of dread. The sound is coming from inside you, but also surrounding you. He nods to you, reassuringly, just as more diverse, high
gulls and skewers. But shh.
That's it. The signal in the noise. The thin whisper. A low range of sounds is easier to handle with a focal point, but still troubling. You are mesmerized by the sounds, but also feel nausea welling up as the motif continues.
You know, now that I've listened to it on these new speakers, it's not the Koldima Madakwa. Wrong patterns, wrong photons. Probably some insect trying to sing higher than its predators can hear. Still, fascinating, aren't they? Early morning.
All the old... You see rows of toy soldiers. Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. The girl is it. The kid, There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. You see several packaged raincoats fill a low... A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle...
No. You need...
Welcome to Frit.
What's that magazine she's reading?
You mean this? This is Pop Stars. It's got, like, famous people in it. It's not.
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34. This speaks to you.
It's where they rate different outfits famous people wear. It's kind of funny. They're kind of mean. It's about who's the most stylish. No.
We are not the fashion police. We're the real police.
Okay. I'm not really a warehouse. I don't know. Maybe.
She looks up from...
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay? I don't really know anything. I mean, not really. No. I didn't know him at all. I don't know, really long.
No need to worry.
Okay. Uh-huh.
The file cabinet stands steady. Hundreds of and the same material. You already went through all the drawers. So before the cargo container. You attempt to your left. The lieutenant considers your actions.
Oh, hey, mister. I'm not gonna bother you with a long...
Mr. Dubois, every worker? That's right, Mr. Dubois. I see the socialist democratic fervor now burns in your heart, too. How can I help you today? Ah, yes, your side investigation. Thank you. You've got some spirit clearing up phony drag accusations alongside...
Not even a speck of anger in his voice. That's that then.
A fantastic change of heart, Harry. Go talk to Manana down by the gates. He'll brief you and give you the key. Just open one little door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door. That's it.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you? A key, huh? What do... Oh, say no more. I got you. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say. Oh, so the none of the above type, are you? I get it. What you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. That's behind the whirling in rags.
Okay, but where did you get the key from?
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life and things. None of this mess we're in. This jiving and juggling. What's it for? To feed our children, I get. I'm more of a philosophical doctor.
Who he is and what they're fighting for? Ask him about the Hardy Boys.
Los Hardys? They're an independent militant group. A bit too high-strung, but it comes with the responsibility. They're sort of like you. Preserve the... We're negotiating our share. Aye. This stuff, they already covered. Never grateful. Were we ever grateful, we'd have nothing. You fight for all of it. However, right now we want all the harbor workers to be on the company's board. I think it's best you make up your own mind now that you've made it. In my eyes, he is a capable... He's probably in his container at the harbor. So head right on in there. No. I don't think I'm a communist. Seeing something of value and saying I want it all to myself is a much older and simpler notion. Even a weak child can think it. The only things holding someone back are I can't and I shouldn't. Just the way the world works, boyadero. Sure.
The look in his brown eyes conjures up an understanding. It all comes together now. The way he speaks, that of a noble peasant or a traveling herdsman. True to yourself, independent in your actions, loyal to your friends. The man sits on the railing. What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate political opinions somewhere in Martinez. The air suddenly feels calmer, more transparent in a strangely tender way. It's time to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Conscience. It is not a place, it is a moment in time that can only arise in the right circumstances, in increment. Yawn, you'd get there faster with a little speed. History's greatest catastrophes have been brought about by people trying to make the world a better place. That's the genius of Dolores Day. She recognized that progress is meaningless if its gains are lost because of instability. Real, lasting change can only come about gradually, increment by increment. Tisk tisk, just you may never live to see the Kingdom of Conscience. Your children may not. What sang-froid? What benevolence? What a fucking joke. Do you believe the status quo is preferable to chaos and bloodshed? There you have it. Sometimes holding the line is progress. The kingdom is difficult to comprehend and even more difficult to describe, partly because humanity will need to discard many of the categories that define. It's also post-industrial, post-ideological. Slow down, Mr. Reasonable. Did you miss the part about compromising and taking things slow? That's right. Remember, real... This must be it. The base. You knock, silent.
I guess no one is in?
The leather uphold. In fact, it's oddly silent in the yard around you. No birds chirp.
Let's be honest. This isn't what I joined the RCM for. But apparently, working with the local union boss to get info on an investigation. If the Merc Tribunal happened. On the other hand, we could just leave and tell Evrard we opened the door. No. Yes. Presenting a fabrication is no.
The door is right here. Besides, if you never. The door to the. You try to be a. Finally, the door. The sound of the key turning still echoes in the yard. Only curiosity could account for. As you hold the open door, you could. This is the flag of Revachol. This isn't just one sun, but there are little suns dancing around the big sun. It's an optical atmospheric anomaly the first settlers saw. Happens in cold weather.
Mm-hmm. The tenant is an old-fashioned guy.
The flag doesn't seem to mind. A row of mugs sits on the shelf. A little ring. Though cheerful, the images on the ceramic make the images betray a lack of interest in human beings. The owner of these mugs doesn't like people of other ethnicities very much. This person is the lieutenant picks up one of the mugs. Then
I'm beginning to feel better about breaking into this man's apartment.
Yes, your broken mug friend would feel very much at home here. The same humor. The same.
There's the missing tin soldier. Whoever lives here might have used the Whirling's container to dump his trash. And now they've drawn the ire of the Union.
An interesting little clue. Let's see where. Perhaps you should break into apartments more often.
Who knows? I'm not expecting too much from this clothes in the trash lead either way. It might turn out to be some random local matter. But still, a nice coincidence.
Master Investigator, you just can't keep yourself away from nothing. You're right. Attaboy, the world's secrets were made for you. They...
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Mr. Dubois, every worker. I'm very glad to hear that, Harry. One question. You didn't actually happen to stumble in and see what's inside the apartment, did you? You're right, Harry. You only had to unlock the door. Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good. By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group. They tried to shut the strike down by sending in armed mercenaries.
You mean our victim?
A security contractor? Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they send hired killers to mow us down with machine...
He performs a motion as if spraying bullets from a machine gun.
I'm talking beasts, hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Sadamoritsa, you name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do... Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container. Yes, I'm an old man, Harry. My legs aren't what they used to be. They lift my office with that big crane. It's actually very fun. You should try it. But enough about me and my fun container. The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them, all hardened commando types. One of them got downright suicidal, getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy, the one who likes hanging out.
By negotiator, you mean...
Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers. We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, there's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood, making sure everything runs smoothly. They're like you guys. Idealistic people who want to make sure bad things don't happen. And if they already have...
So these idealists...
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this beast that was burdening the land." He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. I gave them 2 weeks paid leave and told them to lay low to avoid...
Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them.
If he's just boasting, then it sure doesn't feel like that to you. He's not worried.
How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. That's their MO. It's what they do. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over the workers' right to wear protective footwear, Harry. These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates.
So you believe the scabs were organized by the security contractor?
You said it. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial Of course, you're always one step ahead of me, Harry. I'm no genius. I'm in this position because people like me. Tribunal? That sounds serious, Harry. We Union men should be shitting ourselves. I wish you hadn't told me that. I'm gonna lose sleep over this. Let's change the subject.
He's clearly happy about the tribunal.
Oh, Harry, what do I really think about the tribunal? You're trying to climb to second base with old Everard before you've even courted him properly.
He wants you to do more things for him before.
Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, oh, they are simply fine young men, all 7 of them. Exemplary union members, always working to advance their position in the local socialist democratic movement. Core members. Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and named the group after himself. Gotta love his initiative.
Interesting. Who's second?
They're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Whatever happened, I'm sure they only had the best interests of Martinez and Revachol in mind. Work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They really are just like you. Men who like... But of course, it's the least I can do for my good friend Harry. I'll do it right after we've concluded this talk. Also, Harry, here's 5 real. I'm not giving you anything. I'm just holding...
Needless to say, this is another move.
Oh, I wasn't offering it to you, just holding it out there. But I'm willing to share Was it a good talk? I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. But it's like I can't Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left. I want to, but...
A man of the left. So you have to be a social democrat. He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats.
What does your heart tell you about your lost gun, Harry? Does it tell you to forget about it? Or do you think it wants to be found? I think it's lonely and cold.
And what would this entail?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta.
It depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr. Clare was very useful.
But, he thinks, it's your call.
As I said, it weighs on me heavily. I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth centre in Martinez. It will be righteous. We're gonna get those teenagers off drugs. And on roller skates. There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry. On the coast, Harry, across the canal. There's a cul-de-sac there, a little village they're calling it. A gloomy place. You'll find it. I trust your detective skills.
Water drips from the eaves. A woman looks at her freshly tarred skiff. There's a pair of cavalry boots under.
They are just gonna have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fancy new youth centre, designed by the best architects from Stella Marie. You bring joy to my heart, Harry. You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I hear there is some trouble with the waterlock, but they should fix it by Wednesday. Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then we can talk about your gun. Most certainly, Harry. Nothing brightens my day like brainstorming these things. By all means, Harry.
It's you again. What is it? Oh, so you went and talked to my mommy, and now she's making me play with you. Is that it, lawman?
And what's gonna happen if we don't? You're gonna go and tell on us? You gonna let him talk to me like that, Titus?
Let's see. Yeah, I guess I am, you big pussy. The old man sent word you'd be around again. That's the reason I'm being so forthcoming with you. Don't again.
Good one, Titus.
About fucking time.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling-height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the...
I've got nothing to say to you. Like I already told you, I am not.
You could be, Liz.
Even a mod? Glenn, I went to law school. I am an attorney.
He's right. With a face like that, she could be on the cover of Le Debutante International.
So fucking what? Lots of models are actually really smart.
No, Glenn, they aren't.
It's not her. She's... This orange machine is dead. Turning the crank feels odd. It's all gone now. You'll never become a... What better to assuage the creeping sense of failure? A few bricks have fallen off. The dusty radio computer. The machine lights up like some prehistoric... It's empty, like a bee. The filament you have would fit perfectly inside the compartment. Like a smooth drawer, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking. A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall, until a voice speaks out, crackling and old.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule? The filament you have inserted into the reader. That was a question. Have you inserted it into the core? Good. Please repeat the password. Received.
Don't worry.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Fortress Accident is the company on whose name the terminal you are currently using has been registered to. One moment. Fortress Accident SCA produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio games. Any other questions? Thank you.
Tiles on the cube are stills. The filament slides out.
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace? No, that's not it. It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only
utter madness, he thinks. as a compliment.
Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but it's too late. Okay.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die? I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things. Of course. Tell me what you have in mind. Ah, yes. Fortress accident. It's too bad they never finished their game. The Wiro Untethered die is a variation of a standard role-playing die. Only, instead of plants, it uses motives of ice and death. And loss, of course. I'm thinking something made from alligator jawbone, cast in black resin. The reptile bone is as white as ice, and dead as, well, death. For 7 real, I could have it ready in 8 hours. It's an icositetrahedron, a 24-sided die that can produce results for 2-sided, 3-sided. Untreated bone is porous and prone to chipping. Cast it great. See you in 8 hours then. Was there anything else?
Shelves filled to the...
Oh, crime, robberies, murder. You're a police officer.
6 crimes did.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Then why are you wasting my...
The Greatest Innocence by Joa. Browsing through the various chapters, you try your best to understand the secret. Your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? No. Oh well, that's the spirit. Hear Dolores Day. Incorrect. Dolores Day was the innocence of humanism. Her colors are silver, white. Stay clear of this one. There's something terrible about this one. A strange sensation of loss. When she left the Earth, yes, the quiz is impersonal. No need to rouse. Incorrect. Sola was anointed during the... Sola resigned after an assassination. Correct. Nothing much is known about him. It's not even clear that he was a he, but Franco Negro presumed as such. As the first innocence, he declared that there should be more of those like him. It is presumed his disciples were the beginning. Question 2. Easy. Everybody knows the answer to this. You, me, anybody. Incorrect again. Even though the words most associated with her rule are l'amour, la compassion, please. Incorrect. Correct. Named the innocence of militarism, Franco Negro attempted to solve the rising tensions between the aristocracy and bourgeois. Question 3. Who was the false innocence? Correct. There have been a number of counter or false innocences. The most famous and important of these was Ernest Pasternak. Final stretch. You've come so far and learned so much. This is the most important one. Question 4. Who was the greatest innocence? Correct. The MESC might see Franco Negro as the far everything from inter-isolary travel to the connect. Congratulations on finishing a D. Not particularly remarkable, but you would have done better if you just left Dolores Day for the end.
What's going on with you?
Okay. You are shouting at an... The kid, There he still is, looking right.
Body betrays your degeneration.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
Are you admiring my morphophysiology? It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. What is this androgynous display of sexual maturity?
Merely standing up makes you sweat profusely. Your breathing is erect.
Stop it! You are embarrassing yourself in front of this woman and your pedomorphic friend. This display of weakness may appeal to older women with a stronger maternal instinct, but it is a liability.
Jean-Luc, his body is betraying his
Your body continues to betray your...
Call the Mama Dakwa. It's not only your eardrums that register sound anymore. Your very skin has become an organ of hearing. Looking for a whisper light and low. A god who's very, very silent. Nothing escapes you. A cockroach in the other room. A candy wrapper falling on dry grass. A drunk falling from a chair in a bar 20 meters away. In fact, you haven't heard the call du Mama Dakwa, but you have discovered that you have amazing hearing. It must be the only part of you the alcohol hasn't drowned out.
Your body continues to... You have succumbed to Al-Ghul. You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al-Ghul emerged.
It's not good.
It's like a rat crawled into your stomach, got drunk and drowned.
Yes, Al-Ghul. I doubt it. My microcephalic race servant. No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is begging for help. Attempting to pass fear. You gave the world. You dominate. You will be super...
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
Last we saw, your race was being superseded by the Semen. Enough with this. Bring your troops to the Sim. The walls will be lined with bottles of Al-Ghul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the oaths to homosexuality.
He does not so much as glance at the object.
Stop showing me your protect.
Does he strike you as the kind of man who puts mugs into trash?
I am not the first line of defense. I am the last. In addition, the hardy manlets are on the pay of the company. I answer to the Union alone. And that now leave me be. I must luxuriate. Don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs much. Mr. Claire is an also. To serve is noble. It takes discipline. You're petulant in jam. Individualism. You have gotten these ideas from the offshoots of the Seminese people. I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side, the South, and we are the... I am a descendant. The narrow streets of Ulembuir are with me in my genetic dreams. Good.
I think this racist is better than the last, but the next racist will be the really good one. There always is.
Race is reality. Racists.
Welcome to Revachol. You hear him yell at a redhead woman visiting the friend.
I am...
The drawings are precise and look true to their pseudo-scientific ambitions. One thing...
That atavistic stigmata makes pussy say yes, plenty.
Babe, thanks. But... Your race descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let yourself go.
Officer, the mere sight of police in Martinez. Sweet, sweet Jen. We knew her. She was...
And then you stole her.
Oh, officer.
You stole her from me.
Well, technique...
We were just boys then. This was different. No point starting this one.
Of course, officer. Sure, officer. They are the good... No.
I like playing in the dark. Sharpens your nocturnal instincts. Feels...
You're back. Good. What can I help you? Oh? Sounds like he has you running errands, Detective. A well-established dominance, Rich. Ah, yes.
With longing. Clear and simple.
A youth centre with Edgar Clare's statue on top of it. Go ahead. Help him. Make it so. I have no power to stop. I should be. In my youth, I had a brief dalliance here in Martinez. He was an older man with impossibly broad shoulders. He's probably dead by now. Yes, I was... not overly so. It's not like this was the only place we visited. Me and my girlfriends from Azon with our shiny boats. We told ourselves we... Yes.
She is more defensive about it.
Full of ghosts and ancient memories. Has this... a referral, you mean? I take it this was for someone in the RCM. Don't answer that. Oh my.
The lieutenant does not say anything, but you hear the nylon of his jacket rustle as he looks at you.
Of course.
Frankly, what was done was not pretty at all, but neither was it illegal, and it was not for nothing. I advise you to be very selective with what information you choose to share. This may have consequences beyond our line of sight.
How benevolent.
While we appreciate your assistance, ma'am, I'm afraid we can't discuss the specifics of an ongoing...
That is only fair. Well, I hope it yields something. Otherwise, you'll have opened that door for naught. Anything else? Misinformation. This is all because we haven't shared information on the lynching yet. See? Already the adversary... Hurry up on that probe.
She was worried for a moment that she's overplayed her hand by not...
Brinkmanship or saber rattling? Was he surrounded by Union men he wanted to impress? Or he wants you and me to believe...
There's always that risk, ma'am. But if he means it...
I'll think it over, Detective.
This gave her pause. She's...
What you've said is quite enough. You've given me a lot to consider. Of course, Detective. You can...
purity of snow always reminds me of the purity of a man's...
Officer, the mere sight of police...
The worn and beaten wood.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi...
You keep coming back! That's good, officer! Keep browsing those clothes.
The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneakers triumph over them. They're the star of...
The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100% guaranteed.
Abort. These are hideous.
Damn, officer! You look like a mega secret spy. Very secret.
They're perfect for concealing your bloodshot and baggy. It's going to be very difficult for anyone to take you seriously with the...
No, you are definitely not buying those.
Are you sure? But they look so good on you. You should think this through, officer. Shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime of... Oh, very interesting choice, officer. Very high...
This is how a sea monster sees the world. You've become a sea monster, Harry. Giant, hidden and strangely tender at heart. All is blue. All right. But these actually make your vision worse. It's like, yes, but they also make your soul quiver like jello.
Wow, officer! You look so cool! And they can be yours for a mere 3 real.
The lieutenant tilts his head and steps back, eyes narrowed in a thorough examination. It's a case to him.
You look like a musician. Like a blind musician. But you could do worse. Take them if you want.
You see rows of toys.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran butter. Whatever it is, it's an acquired taste. A rusting control panel. This panel usually closes the water lock. You pull the lever all the way up. Nothing happens. A spring brings the lever back. Wasn't there a sign over there?
Make way for the master poet.
This found, the smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. There's something odd about the passenger seat. The seat, voila, a stack of neatly folded papers has been stashed behind the seating fabric. You see 3 maps depicting a large...
Bonne prise.
This large map displays the elevated motorway called toll booths at the intakes are marked with a circle. It looks like there are scant few ways of getting onto the elevated motorway that runs over Jamrock. And there, hundreds of thousands of motor carriages roar on the 881, high up to Kuron, through the middle-income neighborhoods there, by the river, and then to Stella Maris and La Delta for work. While this municipal map from the 30s displays a complex system of storm sewers underneath a sub-district called the Pox, old military hospital, right adjacent to the 41st precinct. No storm will ever drown Revachol. The great solution to the riddle of history. Wind rips through the empty hallways of the once great military hospital. Now, the rattle of motor carriages and lorries driving through long-forgotten tunnels, lit by gaslights. The final map displays a labyrinth of service tunnels left over from the construction of Motorway 881. A few routes have been marked with a pen, where the tunnels and sewers surface near the eminent domain and a traffic island in central Jamrock by the lake. Despite the cold, figures move about cloaked in shadow. They travel from eminent domain to perdition and onto the main, over the river Esperance, on Route 881 to the Old South. The road spreads like the tentacles of a great octopus.
It means that the smugglers are secretly using the motorway to transport their goods and materials. They've infiltrated the East Motor Tract, most likely. The RCM patrols most of these auxiliary roads, though apparently not all of them. Hard to say. This distribution network looks certainly large, yet still vague enough. It doesn't reveal much about the Besmerti behind it. The Besmerti is a Revacholian crime syndicate. They see themselves as the inheritors of the 14 Revacholian Indo-tribes. But really they're just violent gangs vying for control on the west side, with cool names like La Puta Madre and Aura Masta. It's a dark parody. It's definitely not the Union. They just do some logistics. This operation has spread everywhere in Jamrock. If it's that widespread, here's bad news. There have been attempts at a serious investigation before, but they haven't ended well for those involved.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is a brave man for...
Best not to disturb the scene. I'll have forensics go over the lorry and pick these...
The stack of maps looks just like a metallic drawer slides out. The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. The rest is as it was. You close the rust... A lorry stuck in the...
Right to work!
Hell no.
The man's breathing steadies, but...
Honest men, we came here to help the...
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big? We were promised work. We'd be in there, working.
The physically impressive man tap... You see several packaged raincoats fill a low... A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint-Baptiste Pharmaceutics.
Is this...
Hello, compatriote.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
This is the Kupris Kinema, my motor carriage. You can use the toolbox and the radio if you'd like.
Motor carriage, motor carriage. Something bad with a motor carriage. Nothing, nothing. It's probably nothing. Forget I brought it up. Please proceed with the carefree lollygagging.
The Kupris Motorcar does provide most of our patrol vehicles, yes.
In the cabin, you see the white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal as you tap on the gauge,
No, that's enough fun with the foldable headlights.
This orange machine is dead still. The beer's eyes are dead and empty. Ice inside the fridge, slowly melting. The power has been cut.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for... I'm sorry. I'm a bit overloaded just now, so I can only produce one dye per customer. Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a dye?
What do you see?
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling.
It's you again.
What is it?
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives.
Can I help you?
The door is closed. Still, nothing the lieutenant gives you. This door can only be opened as you hold. The bed is still. A mirror hangs. The window stands. You see some lights shimmering outside, but it's difficult to make out the outlines of the buildings below. You take the legal documents out of the envelope, a 12 to 40 month construction period, and the zoning plan in the...
I'm no property lawyer, but it looks fine. I like the print side.
The youth center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great modern ship. It's going to be awfully close to the already existing buildings, almost wall to wall, practically integrating them. This is either an ominous or cool architectural choice. You take the legal documents out of the envelope. You take the legal documents out of the envelope. You take the legal documents out of the envelope. There is no loophole. The simple truth is the current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next 12 to 40 months, their lives will be dominated by constant construction noise right next door. Once the construction starts, it will probably take a few months, a year maybe, for even the most stubborn occupants to get tired of living like this. After that, they'll sell their property for cheap and move out.
I should have seen it. Evrard probably has eyes on us, but we could try to get other people to sign this instead of those listed. Or you could forge their signatures yourself. By the time he finds out, we'll already be gone. However, we'll need access to the coast before we do anything. Evrard won't believe you got villager signatures if you can't even get to the village. You can try forgery as soon as we can cross the waterlock.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito and
The lights are so pretty when it gets dark.
My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside minding the register or organising the stock. Feel free to step in and browse our wares. I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance and biographies of famous people. Thank you, sir. I'm happy to help Mum out with the store. I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running. Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life.
There is stress and unease behind these words. She's reciting etiquette.
Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
Crime is what we were solving before this conversation began.
It's exciting to people, I guess. They get to imagine dangerous things, and it's kind of like a puzzle, where you can guess who the criminal is, or you don't look much like a policeman. Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen. What's that mean? And everything's better now, sir? Why is that? Oh, okay. I shouldn't have said that thing about Dick Mullen. More about books, maybe? Oh, that's Auntie Billy. She's nice if a bit distressed. No, sir. She's a working woman who comes to look at the books a lot. I think she is a bad husband. Not very nice or helpful. Which book was it, sir? Oh, I'm very sorry, sir. I haven't read that one yet. I wish I could help you.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. Oh, I'm very sorry, sir. Some of these old paperbacks just don't have the durability. I would be happy to sell you another one, but unfortunately, it's the last copy we had in stock. Okay, but please, only a few questions. You wouldn't want to disturb the spirits? Yes. The Simonese are very crafty, and their wards are extremely...
The woman before you scans the store.
Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Everything is on the shelves. Take a look yourself. The shelves compel you, don't they?
She's attempting to mentally direct you towards the shelves. She only wants you to buy the goods. She doesn't care about the books. She smiles and nods. A small mountain of colourful board game boxes.
Wonderful board games, sir. The Viticulturist is a classic for sure, or perhaps you'd like Archipelagos of Braubritter is a fun game of economic competition, but can get quite intense after a while.
Who are you going to play board games with? Do you have friends or family? It certainly feels like whatever you are will die with you.
Friends are technically like... For playing with friends, I'd recommend Suzerainty. It's a civilization building game where you build a civilization, then set off...
The display rack is brimming with mountains of it. Heroic. Shelves full of biography. This bookstore give up. You'll never find the answer. There's no other copy of Dick Mullen and the There isn't. If only you had more time, more resources. Maybe if there had been more money and less or more speed. Or that, yes. Either way, you might have been able to come. Her hands move over the book covers.
My husband? No, he's not. I don't know. At home now?
Where is this going, officer?
Yes, but I don't really need to know where my husband is. Not all the time. No. Of course he's not. It's not like he's a pocket watch. I wouldn't just lose him.
The woman before. The edges of the pages are worn and you open the book, his arm, you flip to the copyright page. This book was written in berserker rage burns in his azure-hued eyes as he brings the edges of the page.
Gendarmerie, you found me.
And his shirt is still unbuttoned.
Beautiful. So tell me, are you here to make things right again? Beautiful. I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting. That's nice, but I don't have any...
He takes another drag of downstairs. A cat crosses the yard, disappearing into the bush.
Besides, I've got to run.
He's going to leave you alone again. Something tells you you're never going to talk to an individual this cool or mysterious ever again.
Just look at it. It's a beautiful night. Who's going to stay in on a night like this?
He's right. Only losers go to bed early. Time to break out the booze. A man on high heels stumbles out of a basement club. Music blasting. Something flutters in the corner of the lieutenant's mouth as you're saying those words.
We'll talk. Just not tonight. Take care, all right?
Different, of course. He smells good. He smells good, and that's weird.
He's barely holding it together. It's all he can do to keep from bursting out in laughter.
Come on, detective, let's go. We've got to put...
Officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia.
His hands are clean and well manicured. This is a man who knows the importance of appearances.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price Stabilité on assignment from Sur-la-Clé. I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I am here to assist you in any way possible. Ask me about the hanging. Of course. Let me just say it has been an emotional week for me.
The lieutenant takes out his notebook and nods to you to proceed.
I'm sorry to say I did, officer.
Easy, detective. No need to jump to conclusions.
Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night. It was so surreal to me, like in a play.
What do you mean, like in a play?
It was just so strange. I could barely comprehend what was happening. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like a body. And then I saw all the surrounding windows go dead, one by one. That's when I understood. I should not be seeing this.
Sounds like the victim was unconscious, or at least incapacitated. Interesting.
I couldn't see their faces well, and there were quite a few of them. But they were very loud and very Martinez. Let's just say that the laboring classes can get rather expressive with it. I couldn't tell you exactly. Less than 10. Maybe 8?
The lieutenant sends you a sharp look at the mention of that number.
That's a giant you're describing. No, they were all quite human. I went back inside.
Were you able to see anything from inside?
Officer, the yard was pitch black. There was nothing to see, but I could still hear their voices. They were threatening to kill that poor man. All men, I presume. But again, I could...
But we are fairly certain the lady driver was present.
It's possible, officer, but I cannot say with certainty. I believe they were mostly white, though I believe I saw 2 Areopagites among them. And I am quite certain that one spoke with a Mesk accent. Well, that's the strangest part, officer. Nothing happened. It was oddly quiet for a public lynching. Eventually, their shouts died down, and that was all. There were no gunshots, no celebratory shouts, no anything. You're right, of course. That is what one is supposed to do in such circumstances. I'm afraid I don't have anything else to add.
About what time was all this happening?
All I can say is that it was late. No, I didn't see the corpse until the following day.
It seems this wasn't the break you were hoping for. I think we have everything we need. Thank you for talking to us, Mr. Vildrouin.
Of course, anything I can do to assist the RCM. The Coalition is only looking out for the price stability. Inflation is a killer, like a heart disease blocking the normal circulation of the economy. It must be controlled. The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires international oversight. Well, I'm renovating it. It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper before the cannons took the top 4 stories off. This, of course, happened when the coalition forces landed here. You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage the international community caused when we arrived here. Whatever you wish, officer. My friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra, and life has not been easy for him. But he understands the importance of education. He has taken his future into his own hands, and that's all that matters. Kedra is a candidate member of APIS. But, between you and me, their potential membership is a more contentious issue. That it's never going to happen. They entered negotiations in 21, and it's been pending ever since. EPIS is a very special program developed by the Moral Intern to support certain Occidental nations. It began as a unified system of weights and measures, which proved to be a wild success. Nothing but it was such a wild success that we expanded it into an economic union for the processing of steel. Another success. A supranational political alliance. The United States of Occident. You mean Revachol? No, it's going to have transparent democracy. It's one day going to be a candidate member of EPIS, sure. No, candidate members do become members. Why do we even have the whole system in place if they don't? But we were talking about my friend here, not politics. How did any of us become friends? Bad things happening on the Insulindian Isola? Oil platforms ablaze in the night, civil wars lasting for years. Finally, the international community is for au contraire. It's how millions of people end up where they are, meeting the people they meet. I'm all ears, officer. A moment, officer. Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave. It's against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen. And I'm pressed for time. After you leave, I should be leaving as well. Of course, I'm sorry I couldn't be the brave.
I help you? Got the 20 real? Then why are you wasting my time?
Yes?
It's you again. What is it? A witness? You ain't got shit. The locals would never come to you with this.
That's just tactics, Titus. Next, he's gonna tell you one of us already rolled on the others. And he's...
Well, let's hear it then.
He's not alarmed by the sudden appearance of a witness, but he is surprised.
Yeah, right. Like we wouldn't know if an MI plant was in our town. Nice try, right?
I've seen this shit a million times, Titus. Fly fishing. They are desperate. The last copper. What wacky claims did he make? Those flaccid MI cocks with their culture language. Everything's a surreal play or sublime whatever.
It means the whole scene was long and drawn out, like it was from a film.
What is this fella's problem? Sorry we didn't make it more action-packed. It wasn't the first thing on our minds, you see?
Shanky. It's Shanky, right? I thought there's something wrong about the lynching story. Now I know there was.
You don't know shit.
I know you are lying, Shanky.
Arab guy? Boss, I think he's trying to say me and Theo.
Well, yeah. What is confusing you? Eugene, Theo, and Elaine were there too. I already told you.
It's you assholes that feel the need to go around like a fucking brass band. The Hardy Boys are dead silent.
Yeah, it's like they put cowbells on you before they send you to the streets. What's
some witness? I pulled the same shit. Came up with some shit, then went and said it to people. Get a
You don't have to go to school for shit. I never went to school, and I'm doing great.
You're doing a hell of a job, man. Hell of a job.
It's you again. What is it?
Establish authority. Room full of sweaty men, swearing, drinking, spitting out tobacco. Does this look familiar?
Huh? You got a problem with beer now?
Not quite there yet. Push on.
Speak for yourself, buddy. We've been giving a shit for 10 years. Martinez was a dump before we put this outfit together.
They don't know, man. They weren't here. We had 3 shootings a week, kids dead, fucking graffito everywhere. You cops haven't shown up since the 30s.
Congratulations on the graffiti removal. All I see is you sitting around talking about Monica's titties while there's a rape victim.
So what? What do you want from me? We took care of that fuck.
Don't let him drink that. One more push. Just don't antagonize him. You have this already.
Titus?
She stops mid-sentence. That's it. You got him. He's going to give it up.
You want to talk to her, cop? Fine. I'm gonna let you talk to her. But you treat her. If you don't, if you question her, harass her. A freight train of pain, buddy.
What is her name?
Glacia. I'm on due. She's staying here in the worrying rags. A real pretty one. Silvery jumpsuit. Blonde. That's I'm on due with an O-U.
Shit. The girl. The girl upstairs? That can't be her. She knows you drank so hard you forgot you were a cop.
Yeah. Blonde. Tall. 2 rooms over from yours. Sure. Why not? You've probably seen her around.
You inexplicably add cool after the victim's name, but no one notices. Your spine is too damn straight. None of these people would ever suspect you've met. Whatever you do not tell him you know her. That would sound off.
He did it before we killed him. He's not gonna do it again. So what does it matter?
It would help if we establish a timeline.
All right. 2 weeks, maybe? I don't know. I need...
Here you go, boss.
Relationship? There was no fucking relationship. He raped her. That's their relationship.
It was like that karaoke incident all over again. Or like some of the other girls he was harassing.
Okay, enough. All of this is irrelevant to your stated investigation.
I know her.
How well do you know her?
A small twitch in the corner of Kim's mouth. He has a hunch about what knowing means.
Well enough, Copper. We partied. She's been here for a few months.
He tries to make it sound real casual, but the muscles on his neck tighten.
You mean Revachol? Nah. Our Miss Aranye disco dancer is an immigrant or a drifter of some sort. Been staying over here.
Don't you give her any more trouble. She's just had some bad luck, that's all. Shut up, Angie. She doesn't need your help.
Titus gives them both a look. They fall silent. What's with all the silences? It's like these guys don't know how to feel about this. You should... And what was up with the partying she and Titus did? It's a...
What do you think I meant? Yeah, we did them. What's that to you? No, we just fucked. That's all. I'm not gonna give you any...
He really went out of his way to seem comfortable with this topic. He's doing a good job here. A commendable performance of, I don't give a shit.
Remember what I said, Freight.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling-height window. The hawthorn branch, there's a yellow ribbon tied to one of the branches. Light yellow, faded with time. A tiny splash of color in the blackness of the thicket is close enough to the latch up there. One...
Huh?
I don't know about that.
Sorry, fucko. Looks like you're gonna have to go bush diving. Good fucking luck with that. The Hawthorne's got a bitch of a bite.
I'm gonna enjoy.
With a loud thud, the key is brass. Workshop spare is etched into its bow. The old man closes the window and sits back down in silence.
Come on, man. We were just having some fun.
I'm tired of listening to your shit. Don't thank me. I don't give two shits about your key.
You see a heavy... The key fits the dimple lock. It takes a bit of effort to turn it. After all, dust rises before you like mist. No. Smells like engine grease and cut wood. Over there, in the corner, not just any pinball machine. This is the pinnacle of pinball.
Ah, great.
Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats reads the golden lettering on top of the back box. There's a small column of text underneath. The machine. Get the game on, Fingerboy. Those flippers are ready. The theme of the game is to explore Gordy's climb through the perspective of goats and to ascend to the top of the mountain in a time of trouble. The peak of the mountain is at the top of the playfield. All the balls have small areas around the playfield represent Gordy's climb. Places above the painting of a mustached man climbing a hill, a column reads, inspired by the legend of all these mesmerizing machines. It feels like it might jump back to life any moment. The lights illuminating the white-robed woman.
Some kind of inane pinball theme. Probably related to Messina during the DeLorean age.
The lieutenant grimaces, looking at the machines.
You can't fire them up. They are broken. Only that one machine in the main hall works. The Royalist Pinball.
What a dumb name. Royalist Pinball. If they weren't broken, he would kick. It's strange.
Us? Guys? Seoul is an extreme... But even I know that they don't play pinball. They have a rigid class society and a punitive justice system. No, they are not. Let's move on. No, I love...
He doesn't.
No.
This small elevator smells of nougat and sweat. The maintenance card under the control panel reads,
That it does. I say, let's brave it. No, it was maintained in 88 of the previous century. No, I think the bureaucrats just forgot about this backroom elevator after the revolution. Seems like a small freight elevator for transporting machinery.
There are large rectangular buttons. So this is where they brought 40 pinball machines to fix them up, a long time ago. The lieutenant looks around the dusty, crowded room.
Looks like it. I'm guessing Martinez North 22 used to be a pinball arcade before it became a hostel? There...
A creak. Some dust falls off.
Downstairs in the hall, next to the main door. One of them even works. I've seen one of them.
But then, it went bankrupt.
At some point, 20 years ago, 15 maybe? If that's true, then our cafeteria manager is not going to like it. We should tell him what we found up here. Omitting. He does not appear to be the kind of man who likes his establishment to be part of a neighborhood.
It's not a ghost story. You clearly see footprints in the downy carpet of dust.
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here, are new.
Large prints. One person has been here. They've gone back and forth. The tips point both ways.
Between that and that. The size looks about the same, actually. They're not the same shoe, but they could be the same person. No. These lit...
Everything around you is quiet.
3 weeks maximum, from the dust coverage. It could... This isn't bad at all. It was a good idea to see where that door leads. Commendable work bringing us to this place. It means someone snuck through what...
The door is small but heavy looking.
Unless we veered off into a folded...
This medicine cabinet is full. It's been used but not for scrubbing blood off towels or anything else interesting. It's clean of chemical odors. Pharmaceuticals line the shelves. Sheet upon sheet of pill bottle next to pill.
Anything of note?
Pill bottles rattle like bones as you search the cabinet.
An opioid receptor antagonist. It's used for diamorphine overdoses.
Among some foreign, probably Messinian, or... This medicine cabinet is stocked with a bright orange bottle with Preptide stamped on it, in sunny, happy letters. Jackpot, babe. This medicine cabinet is... There it is. The orange sun wearing blister pack. You feel almost nostalgic. Silently, the bottle slides into your palm. Then, feel so sleek and beautiful. You got it. Here comes the afterbirth. This window is pristine, smooth as ice. There are spots of mud and rain on the outside, even smudges. But the surface of the window is clear from the inside. Following your lead, the lieutenant...
Looks like it, yes.
Just as you look at the flowers, a gust of wind raises them from the roof, picking them up in the air. You catch a single white flower between your fingers. The rest fly off into the wind. It's a Maybell. The young woman looks at the Maybell in your hand. Just a glance. Then the lieutenant gives you an acknowledging little nod. Your 9mm semi-automatic finger pistols. That's not entirely true. The lieutenant is looking.
Welcome to the roof.
Her hair is still slick from a shower. Below her silvery jumpsuit, an athletic young body, built long and lean.
I'm sorry for the mess down there. The cleaning lady hasn't come by in days. I'm beginning to wonder if she ever will. Nice. I don't know about that, officer.
Where a ripe corpse still hangs from the tree. Spotted. The woman doesn't flinch, but there is something in her light brown eye.
Oh yes. Legends of room number 1 have made their way around the building. They say a portal to hell has opened in there. They also say that's why the cleaning lady quit. Because of the infernum.
I'm Kim Kitsuragi. I'm a detective from Precinct 57. I see you've already met my colleague.
Have I ever? This is the biggest fan of ostentatious orchestrations I have seen in my life. And I have seen a few. Oh yeah. Life gets hard, but we go on. Wow.
It would, wouldn't it? Miss. We are investigating the murder of the man who was hanged. The people responsible have asked us to talk to you.
Huh. I see.
Be careful. Ask something else first.
Clasier Amondu. Vredefort, Republic of Oranje. A bad memory, officer. It's the past. I'm 28. Something stupid. Oranese lit. Oranese literature. It's what I studied at the university. Fear of failure, fear of death, how it sucks to be Oranese. All national literatures are... Only the name of the nation changes.
If that's true, then Revacholian Lit would fit you like a glove.
Nothing. I do nothing with it. It's not very cool, but what can you do? I'm afraid you can't.
Why is that?
Because it's buried in a sealed plastic bag at an undisclosed location on the coast, along with cash and airline tickets.
Thank you for your candor.
They say so in your tourist brochure. Keep travel documents away from your person when west of the river. If I were to lie to you, I would come up with a more mainstream name than Clausia Mondu. It's a weird name.
She seems to be telling the truth, sire.
Okie dokie.
If any of this made her nervous, it certainly doesn't show in her expression or...
The record. So, yeah, it's pretty deluxe. I'm wintering.
How long have you been staying here?
About 4 months. I came in November. Here in the Whirling, here in Martinez, or here in Ravachol. Because it's the funkiest building in Martinez. And because all the other buildings are bombed to hell. It is.
The lieutenant makes a note in his note. He finds the answer unsatisfying.
I did not. Mystery solved, then.
There may be more to this mystery at some later time. She's holding back. Let's make a mental note for now.
Huh. This isn't good.
She's straight as a stick, suddenly.
Okay. I'm glad. A peephole? You mean like a hole in the wall?
Yes, looking into your bedroom, miss.
Okay.
A jitter of fear and disgust moves through her body, beginning from her shoulders and ending in her hips. The cigarette tastes foul to her now.
Do you think this is somehow connected to me? Okay. Do you have any way of knowing how long it has been there?
Unfortunately, no. But if I were to guess, long enough. The perforation is under the bookshelf on your wall. It should not be hard to cover with some tape.
Shit. I don't know. Maybe it's been there for a long time. Maybe the local kids use it or something. I don't know. I'll be fucking covering it up with a lot of tape, that's for sure. Was there anything else back there? Mm-hmm.
She's lost in thought. Eyes narrowed. Forehead.
Okay.
Watching herself reflected in the bedroom window. Tall and sparkling and draped in smoke. She looks at the dried petals in your palm. Then, like chipped white polish covers the nail. It's long and sharp, like a mini dagger. The petal crumbles on contact.
Pretty. Looks like a dried maybell. Is that the one you caught? Sambo style? A martial art, sir.
Samurai boxing, or sambo, graceful martial arts stuff.
Why was there a flower on the roof? I don't know, officer. Because of the wind? Why not? Officer? What brings you up here? Yeah? Alright. Something difficult? I've been threatened by sexually assaulted. You mean raped?
Yes.
It's a bit early in the morning for raped, isn't it?
She sounds positively buoyant, vivacious, totally unbothered.
Is it? It is evening. Time flies, man. Yeah, I'm gonna go with not raped. I don't want to say that shit about him.
By him, she must mean the victim.
Tell them it's not my style. They'll have to, you know, if they want to jazz up the charges, they'll have to get someone more, rapeable.
Are you saying that you were asked to tell us you were assaulted?
Not explicitly, but I understood what they meant. It wouldn't hurt to spice things up a bit. Some assault and battery. Sexual assault, maybe. It was clear the latter would be spicier. I'm 89% sure. You know how it is.
Do you?
Maybe you don't know.
There are numerous cigarette burns on those silvery scales. Easy to see now that you're closer.
In conclusion, officer, I'm gonna go with a mild to medium not raped here. serious.
You hear cracking in her shoulders.
Let me make this 100% clear then, officer.
You get the feeling she's done enough opiates and needed enough nacra to still be flippant if her arm were cut off and fed to her.
Pretty much.
Warming them.
We partied. A lot of partying going on.
From Titus. About her and Titus's relationship. That's where you heard it.
With all due respect, sir, I think we partied a little harder than that. Oh, it is. You're still alive.
What did you do when you...
We drank, sir. A lot. For weeks, basically. We had that effect on each other. We made each other drink harder. That's why...
What else?
Stimulants. Speed also has that effect, making you drink harder. And then drinking harder makes you do more speed. I guess you can say that, yes, a bit. Lovers is such an emotional word. But there was something there. We did enough drugs for there to be.
How did you two meet?
Downstairs, at the bar. He was on some sort of assignment, a military man, as you probably know. Had a cool, scary scar.
When was this?
A month ago? Something like that. Oh yes. I have multiple viewpoints. From the roof, out of the bathroom window, in my dreams.
A bitter cringe. It hurts. You look to the lieutenant. He takes a small step closer.
You called us, the RCM.
Yes.
Jackpot.
I made it. And I would appreciate it if you didn't tell everyone. In Martinez, they call it snitching.
Reporting crimes is confidential in Revachol, miss.
Because I couldn't handle it anymore. None of these people called.
The voice was disguised. Did you...
I didn't exactly disguise it. I just muffled the mic and nicked the landline a little. With nail clippers. And I diverted some radio fuzz into it. Into the cold wire.
Which landline?
The one downstairs, officer. I used the whirling landline. I don't know, sir. It was stupid. I was drunk, too. I was probably afraid the Union was listening in. Locals say they have ears in the wires.
Thank you for making the call, miss. It was the right thing to do.
I didn't want to, sir. And he's still hanging there.
We will move the body to the morgue today, miss. Don't worry.
I'm sorry, I can't do it. Not right now.
I know it's difficult, miss. We can return to it later.
He had something to do with the strike. One has been roiling since I got here. Rotten timing. But you probably know all about it.
And his role in this strike was what?
I think he was in a security detail. He was ex-military, worked for Wild Pines, and against the Union. We didn't discuss work much, if you know.
And they lynched him for it?
She nods.
They're frequent guests downstairs. They have a booth for Union members. Over drinks. It's been a long, boring winter. A little, yeah.
Like you partied with the deceased?
No, not as hard.
I'm sorry to have to ask this. But have you had a physical relationship with...
I have.
She sips her coffee. Birds circle overhead. She breathes a silvery sigh of relief and weariness. The air on the roof feels humid.
Should we head by downstairs, officer? We may have things to discuss there.
This window.
Looks like we have more to discuss with those. Nothing will make them respect the RCM, but it will disrupt the game they prepared for us. What else could she have done? Lie? If not you, then me. It was a smart move from her. You think so? Being candid is that she may be trying to control the pace of the investigation.
Six crumbling petals rest on your palm.
This is the Insulindian lily, called Mabel's or Lucille's tears during the Revolution. Girls used to pin these on soldiers.
The petals feel dry. Water flows under the channel bridge. The feeling Six crumble.
As I said, an Insulindian lily, or a Mabel, a big political and military conflict. Ask around or buy a book. The Revolutionaries. It's about girls and boys more than sides. Girls and... Yes, but not this early. Not to my knowledge. It looks... Maybe. Maybe not. We'll see.
The petals filled. Water flows under the channel, inland, above the Martinez distributary. The channel, the wrinkled fingers of an old man, crushed.
Can I help you? Can I help you? Another thing. Great. I love those. What wall? I'll have it fixed at once. Thank you for letting me know. I assure you, the whirling doesn't...
The color has drained from his face. What a shame. To fix such a good peephole.
Thank you. I'll patch it up personally. Was there something else about the establishment? Oh, okay. Well, I did hear you make noise back there.
He's really holding himself back. It takes a lot of willpower not to ask.
Okay, what is back there? Ha! I knew it. I've always wondered where those machines by the door came from. And they told me there was some kind of pinball thing. I knew it. Were there any back there? In working order, I mean. No, I was just wondering.
He was wondering about something business-related. About how much money he could make of one.
No, but we could diversify the entertainment options, seeing as you've opened the door back there. It wouldn't hurt to get a little life in here, other than the hellish karaoke machine. That one...
Sounds like he cares about the place. He's not going to be... He should still know. You have to be forewarned about these things.
Yes? Can I help you? Another thing. Great. What? Why would you say that? We're at a completely different address from that whole thing.
So he knows of the doomed commercial area and its address. He's thought about this.
I've been working here for a long time, and that intercom has never been used by the Whirling. Does this look like part of a doomed commercial? For 14 years, man. That's how long I've worked here. I've kept this...
He's done a fine job too. Though he's spoken of the place dismissively before, the hostel is actually very important to him.
Yeah, it's slowly growing on me again. It's beautiful in its own way, especially for this neighborhood. I've been trying to keep it that way, even if it is part of the damn doomed commercial area. I don't place much stock in the curse and so on, but the label frightens the clientele. Who wants to stay at a doomed hostel? Some real estate management company. They never come around here, just collect money from afar. Honestly, I think some money laundering might be involved. Luck has got nothing to do with it. So, if you didn't have anything else to tell... Yes?
Yes?
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center. This button looks...
This button looks new. I wouldn't be surprised if it hasn't been connected yet. Is it the dice makers?
Silence. No one answers your call. Nothing happens. Oh, silence. No one. Silence. You hear static. You can almost hear them breathe.
Yes, hello. This is Tracy with Ennial Electric. Have you come to place an order?
The lieutenant. It's a woman. And she knows you. Who cares that you don't remember her? No. Something's wrong here. Are you sure she's talking to you?
Michelle, just please.
Sounds like a ghost. Wind blows
Why did you leave me home? I don't... Ever since I came to work here,
a spot of static over.
it's so nice to be able to finally again.
She sounds like the cold is deep under you. She doesn't answer. Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and waves washing ashore. You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards on the call box. Old call box with a matrix. Whatever she says, it can't hurt you. Alright, maybe not. There's a light buzz as you press the doorbell. A strange metallic taste fills your mouth. There's the static again.
Yes, hello.
Here come the bad vibes again.
It's you.
Wait, is she...
Michelle, just please.
Is this some kind of joke? The voice from the... Your hands are getting cold and your breathing becomes visible, forming small silvery puffs in the air.
Ever since I came to work here, it's so nice.
And then, she tries again. Real or not, your mirror neurons react. It feels painful to her sound. This is where you hung up the call the last time. But the phone rings in the office with an old-fashioned chime, and someone walks by in a pair. No one replies, but...
For 300 years I have been here, volatile and If you want me, you can find me on the beach. Dans la dernière balle.
So... It was a recording trapped in the circuitry from some ancient tenant. This sometimes happens. Shall we conclude? Don't take this the wrong way, but during our short stint working together...
That is true. Looks like someone. You ring the doorbell. You wait. All you hear is you ring an off-key...
Kuno, please stop calling here.
She thinks you're the gremlin child. What would he say to this?
Please don't do that.
A single beep indicates. This is the night watchman. The chair is not as austere as the rest of the booth. A thin grey pillow is attached to the seat. Stale air floods through your nostrils. Not a single mote of dust floats inside your lungs, though. The drawers are empty, save for old timesheets and receipts. One small box, however. You stand and...
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow.
Yes?
The bed is still cold. The bed is still cold from the wind blowing in from the broken window. The mattress creaks.
Here we are again, my broken bud. The waves are coming, carrying you away. But you can't go. No, you have to stay. Always half aware of your